No, I'm having problems with getting in on the panelist side, so the
Okay.
link is broken. So I'm trying to contact Cal to get me in.
We can hear you. Can't see you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can do it from the guest side. Let me try it again.
Yeah, we just saw you a minute ago, and now we can see your name.
Okay.
Pamela, I'm going to go to Happy's Get Started.
Hello?
Can you hear
Can you
us?
hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you all okay if we just get the meeting while we're waiting for Pamela? Okay, all right. If while we're waiting for our interim village clerk to get her computer squared away, we can still see her name there. I'd like to go ahead and call this October 27th council meeting to
Okay.
order. Oh, there you are. And we'd like to call the October council meeting to order at 7:06 p.m. If I can please have a moment of silent meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Councilman Perrella?
Here.
Councilman Urban?
Here.
Councilwoman Roman?
Here.
Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Here.
And Mayor Cabellos?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll motion to approve the agenda.
Oh, I apologize, 1 minute. I received an email late in the day from the manager and the clerk that there was one item that was left out, and those were the building fees. My apologies. So Madam Clerk, I think you said that we could add them somewhere. If you can just sort of advise us where the best place to be would add the building fees. I think your email said, did you say H or did you just say K? I don't know, Christy, if you remember. I know the email was to you and I.
Was that for the permit fees?
Yes.
Yes, it would. I was going to add it under as an H item.
So would that be H2?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, we have
Okay.
to read the,
Then I'll amend my motion then. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
before we get started, let me just read this into the record so that we have the script. On March 20th, 2020, Governor Ron DeSantis issued Executive Order number 20-69 relating to local government public meetings. The governor's executive order suspends current laws that require a quorum be present in person and that a local government body meet in a specific place. It authorizes local governmental bodies to use communication media technology, CMT, such as telephonic and video conferencing, as provided in section 120.54B2 of the Florida statutes. Further, chapter 28-109 entitled Conducting Proceedings by Communications Media Technology of the Florida Administrative Code provides guidance for the procedures to be followed to conduct a proceeding by means of communications media technology or to provide access to proceeding by use of a CMT. The governor's order does not waive any other requirement under the Florida Constitution and Florida's Government in the Sunshine Laws. The village is using Zoom to hold this virtual council meeting. The Zoom platform does not require the public to purchase or download any additional software or equipment to watch this meeting. Zoom is a cloud-based platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. Public comment will occur as they always do at the council and committee meetings, during good and welfare, and after each agenda item prior to voting. When the mayor opens the meeting for public comment, anyone wishing to participate will have 3 minutes to speak. Residents will be recognized in the Zoom platform as follows. If you're using a mobile device, just click the raised hand button. If you're using your computer or personal device, communications computer device, click on the icon participants at the bottom of your screen. You will see the option to raise your hand. There are 2 ways to view the meeting on the screen. The first is gallery view and the second is speaker view. Gallery view allows you to view all or most participants in the same screen at the same time on your screen. In the speaker view, whoever is speaking will be viewed front and center, while other participants will be on the top in smaller squares. Please make sure to mute microphones when not speaking. If possible, use headphones to mitigate sound feedback. When addressing the village council, please first state your name and address. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the village council prior to any action. Everyone participating in this virtual meeting is required to maintain decorum. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed. No person other than the person having the floor shall be permitted to enter into any discussion, either directly or through a member of the council, without permission of the mayor. No questions shall be asked of a council member except through the mayor. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous, rowdy, disruptive, or making personal comments while addressing the council shall be barred from further participation in this virtual meeting. If at any time during the virtual meeting, the public's ability to participate is interrupted due to a technical problem, the meeting shall be immediately paused during such time and it will resume when the technical problem is cured. Mayor and council members, are you comfortable with the notice of provisions set forth and the uniform rules and procedures we've established for this virtual meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Well, hopefully this is going to be our last meeting that we have to hear that, right? Because as of November, we're back you all are back on the council hall, so that'll be actually really nice. Okay, having said that, there was a amendment to the agenda by Councilperson Urban for approval of the agenda.
Yes, I motion to approve the agenda, adding item H2, the building fees update.
Councilperson Urban would like to amend the motion to add H2 building permit fees. Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, if I'm-
Yes.
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to add an L3, if possible, an L3. It could say, just trying to stick with the wording that's there, discussion and consideration of attorney contract negotiations.
The discussion and consideration of,
Of interim attorney contract negotiations.
okay. Okay. There isn't, wait, but there's already a motion on, so there's a motion that Councilperson Urban made. So are you amending that motion that Councilperson's add, L3?
Yes, I want to amend that motion. I want-
Councilperson Urban have to accept it.
Sorry, I was muted. I'll accept the amendment from Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Okay, so Councilperson Urban has made an amendment to add H2, building permit fees. Vice Mayor Nickerson has made an amendment to that amendment to add L3, discussion and consideration of interim village attorney contract.
Consider of attorney contract negotiations.
Okay, we have an amendment and a friendly amendment to add H2, building permit fees, and L3, discussion and consideration of interim village attorney contract slash negotiation of fees. Is there a second? Oh, sorry, is there another one?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make clarification for something really quickly. For the good and welfare for M1, I just wanted to make sure that the residents, the villagers will be able to speak after Councilperson Roman. I just always want to make sure that the residents have an opportunity to respond to whatever we have to say, or.
Well, it would be good and welfare,
Okay,
yes.
all right. So
There
I
is-
want to second the amendment. I want to second the motion with the friendly amendments of H, what's the first one, H?
H2, building permit fees, and then he made an amendment to his amendment, so I need a second on that, but it's gotta be something.
I'm seconding that right now, Madam Mayor.
You made the friendly, so I would need another second from somebody else. So if I get it for Councilperson Perella or
I'll
Councilperson.
second, yeah.
Councilperson Perella has made a second on Councilperson Urban's amendment. In his original amendment, he made a friendly amendment to add H2, building permit fees, and then you made an amendment to that to add L3, discussion and consideration of interim village attorney contracts, house negotiation of fees. Councilperson Perella has seconded that. All in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, the agenda passes with the additions. Approval of the minutes. I apologize, I did not review the minutes. I don't know if anybody else did on the dais.
They weren't sent out, Madam Mayor, because we're still trying to get them in order, because the meetings have been over the place, all over, and I want to make sure I get them to you in time to be able to review them. So by, when we start our next sessions, we should have them all.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Pamela. Having said that, so we're going to strike approval of the minutes, and we're going to go, we have a few acknowledgements and visitors this evening. First on the agenda is Tiffany Thorne. Tiffany Thorne stepped forward as replacing David Ward. David Ward, as you all know, was for many years our Citizens Crime Watch captain and chair. He stepped down. I do believe he has moved since then. He's no longer living in the village. And Tiffany Thorne came forward, I want to say about 2 or 3 months ago. She also emailed the chief of police and with myself and the manager and copy wanting to recommend a few things. And so we invited her to be a part of this meeting so she can speak for a few minutes, so everybody can recognize her and she can tell us some of her ideas. And so Kyle, if we can bring forward Tiffany Thorne, I hope she's in the attendees. I haven't seen. We have a few people here this evening. I don't see her. I don't see her, so we can, if you all okay, if she comes in a little later. Chief, did you hear from her today?
No, ma'am, I have not. I have not heard from her. No.
Ms. Manager, did you hear from her at all today? Okay, that's fine. We invited her. If she shows up later, if it's all okay, if it's okay with all of us, we can bring her back on. Having said that, Elizabeth Fata Carpenter is the chair of the Resiliency Task Force. She sent an email to the vice mayor, manager, and myself, wanting to bring us up to speed on something that's going on with regards to the Army Corps of Engineer, and wanted to brief us on the possibility of representing the village. So we invited her to inform the community and the council of her ideas as it relates to her position as chair of task force. So if we can bring in Elizabeth Fata Carpenter, and she could tell us a little bit more about the ideas that she has, and also if you can please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys see me, hear me? Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me tonight. As Mayor Cabillos mentioned, my name is Elizabeth Fata Carpenter, and I'm here tonight to just, it's a mouthful, but my potential appointment to the project delivery team of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Biscayne Bay Southeast Ecosystem Restoration Project. And I know that's a lot to unpack, and I know Vice Mayor Nickerson has heard this already, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background on that, and some explanation of what the project is, and why it kind of came to my attention in the first place. So as you know, I'm the chair of the Resilience and Sustainability Task Force, but also in my private practice, I'm a staff attorney for the Everglades Law Center. And the Everglades Law's mission is to advocate, negotiate, and litigate to protect South ecosystem and communities. So through my work at the Everglades Law Center, we spend a lot of time working on Everglades restoration, and specifically the implementation of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, which is known as CERP, and that is a federal law passed in that will cost over $10 billion, 35 plus years. And the project is basically designed to plumb the water systems of Florida, start north of Lake Okeechobee, all the way down to the Everglades. It's the largest ecosystem restoration project in the United States. So through the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Project, the Army Corps is initiating what is referred to as BBCR, which is the Biscayne Bay Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Project. I think I got that right. Restoration Project. And BBCR is a combination of 6 Everglades projects combined into one, all dealing with Southeast Florida, including the city of El Portal, or the village of El Portal. And it's unusual to combine so many projects into one. And when it was mentioned, I took a look at the study area, and El Portal fits squarely within the study area of this project. So having seen that, and through the task force, I thought it would be valuable to have a representative period, but I'd like to volunteer myself as the representative to account for the village's interest and serve as a line of communication between the Army Corps of Engineers and the village of El Portal related to this project. Every CERP project that the Army Corps of Engineers undertakes requires development of a project delivery team, and members of the project delivery team are appointed by government agencies and municipalities. So if you all decide this evening that you would like a representative on the project team for BBCR, it would just require reaching out to the Army Corps of Engineers, requesting a seat, and then appointing a representative to that seat. The main reason that I think that El Portal is included in this larger study area is because of the North Lake Belt area to the west of us, which drains through the Little River Canal into Biscayne Bay. And so that's something I would want to, or any representative would want to pay close attention to, just to make sure our interests are. So if you guys have any other questions, I know that that's a lot to unpack, but I'd be happy to serve as the representative, and wanted to get some feedback from you guys on that.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for being here this evening. Any questions from the council as it relates to what it means and requires for Elizabeth, and would we consider her to be represent us on this task?
No questions, Madam Mayor, but I think that, Ms. Carpenter, I've worked with her in the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force. She's always gone above and beyond, and I think that the council would be, we'd be lucky, and I'm honored if you represent El Portal. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nickerson. Councilperson Urban, have your hand up?
Yes. I would echo what Vice Mayor Nickerson just said. In addition, Hugh Gladwin, who's always been a outspoken and always participating resident, specifically as it pertains to a lot of these issues, especially the Little River. He has made it very clear that that El Portal, because of just as she had just said, the runoff from the municipalities west of us, there are potential implications for us that if we're not at the table, we're going to all of a sudden one day find out the decisions have been made that are not good for this little area at the end of the Little River. And so I would be very vocal to say that this is a very good idea, and I agree that Ms. Carpenter would be very qualified, and we'd be lucky to have her do so.
Sorry, Councilperson Perrella?
Yes, I just want to thank Mrs. Carpenter for the time she's dedicating. It's how great it is to have you as a resident and being part of this big project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilperson.
Anybody else on the council? Councilperson Roman?
No, nothing to add, just thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you all. I really appreciate that, those words.
So I see and hear the majority. We thank you and applaud you. And having said that, I believe that we support you representing us on this task. And I'm sure that you will get back to the task force and provide a report and update, therefore, then afterwards to the council as well. So thank you for sending us that email and thanking us for making us aware of this project that's coming forward that can definitely have great impact to the village. But before you go, I need to add a couple of things. So I have a few proclamations that I want to read, and they're all so long today, and I'm very sorry because I know that I can speak on forever and ever, so I'm trying not, but this proclamation's a little long. So in 2018, I started during Florida City Government Week recognizing members of the community. The first one was David Ward. Last year was Hugh Gladwin. We gave them proclamations, and throughout the week, last year I held an 8th grade essay contest, and last year, I think some of you were there. I know that's the first time that I met Elizabeth Carpenter and her husband. We had on October 23rd of last year a open house for new residents. And the only resident that came was Elizabeth and her husband. That's actually the first opportunity I had to meet her and her husband. And since that day, she has just actively emailed all of us and just wanted to be engaged. And as I was putting my thoughts together for what the Citizen of the Year would look like this year, for the last 2 years, we've honored members in our community who have set the path and have historically done so much for our village that with the pleasure of the council, if it's all okay with all of us, the person I'd like to recognize this year is the future. And the choice has been, my choice, and as I read the proclamation this evening, would be Elizabeth Fada Carpenter. I was able to gather a little bit of history thanks to Google. It's amazing what you can get out there nowadays. So if you will all just indulge me for a minute, I'd like to read into the record the proclamation on behalf of all of us for what you have done so far, and you will see as I read a little bit. So Village of El Portal proclamation. Whereas a Citizen of the Year award is given in recognition of extraordinary community volunteerism in an effort to make our village, the Village of El Portal in Miami-Dade County, the best place to work, play, and live. And whereas a Citizen of the Year shows commitment, support, respect, leadership, responsibility, a positive attitude, cooperation, and honesty. And whereas a Citizen of the Year provides a positive image for the El Portal community, promotes the general welfare of the community, and whereby the Citizen of the Year gives freely of their time and energy for community betterment. And whereas Elizabeth Fada Carpenter, born in Miami, and as a young girl, she spent a lot of her time at the Environmental Studies Center in Stuart, Florida, the catalyst to her passion for wildlife and the environment that continues to be with her to this day. And whereas from a very, very young age, she knew she wanted to be an environmental advocate and save the planet. And whereas Elizabeth went on to attend the University of Florida from 2008 to 2012, graduated cum laude in psychology with minors in environmental science and sustainability studies, and where she met her now husband, Joshua. And where she went on to work as a park ranger in Oregon, given educational cave tours at Oregon Caves National Monument, and where she worked at salmon hatchery in Kodiak, Alaska, helping keep salmon populations from being overfished or diminished. And whereas Elizabeth came back to Miami to attend the University of Miami Law School with a full scholarship through the Miami Scholars Program, which focuses on giving scholars to students who have excellent academic credentials and also demonstrate a strong interest in public service. Whereas Elizabeth graduated magna cum laude and was awarded the Order of Coif, which means she graduated the top 8% of her class from the University of Miami Law School in 2016, where she also was the managing editor of the International and Comparative Law Review. And whereas upon graduation, she briefly worked at a large international law firm called Cozen O'Connor, but soon left to truly pursue her dreams of protecting the environment by joining a local nonprofit law firm called Everglades Law Center in mid-2019. And whereas she now works with local governments and groups to protect the environment and further sustainability initiatives to combat climate change, with particular emphasis on protecting and restoring the Everglades, which includes all of South Florida. Whereas Elizabeth and Joshua married in 2018, and since August of 2019, they purchased their first home in the village of El Portal. And whereas they immediately fell in love with El Portal's charm and unique feel, they love our tree canopies, native environment, and the fact that we are a bird sanctuary. Elizabeth loves a small town feel with easy access to big city amenities, and they love our eclectic and tight-knit community where they have already formed real relationships with their neighbors. Whereas on October 23rd, 2019, Elizabeth and Joshua attended our open house for new El Portal residents during Florida City Government Week. And since then, Elizabeth Carpenter immediately engaged in El Portal, showed commitment, leadership, responsibility, and a positive attitude. And whereas shortly thereafter, not only was she appointed to El Portal's first resident-led resiliency and sustainability task force, but she was selected by her peers to be the task force chairperson. And whereas Elizabeth recently approached our village with regards to a project the Army Corps of Engineers is undertaking through the Federal Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan and the potential impact to El Portal and her desire to represent our village's interests. And whereas it is community leaders like Elizabeth Carpenter who come forward to continue to work together and to be a part of a better future, who exhibit the qualities of a new generation of leaders. And I salute and commend you, your volunteer spirit. Now, therefore, I, Claudia Cubillos, and the Village Council do hereby proclaim Elizabeth Feda Carpenter our 2020 Citizen of the Year in the Village of El Portal. And I urge all citizens to congratulate her for the honor she was receiving today. And we encourage all citizens to become involved for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Cubillos. That is so meaningful to me, and I can't tell you how much I love living here and have loved working with all of you. And I just really appreciate that. I'm very touched. Thank you so much.
We invite you. November will be our first meeting that we're back in the chamber. I will briefly be there, but I think most of us will be there. So we'd love to present this to you and take a picture with you. So we invite you November 17th so we can personally give you this proclamation.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That means so much to me. Thank you all.
And thank you and your husband for helping me the verbiage, because I only found so much on Google.
He's standing in the doorway here.
I was able to track him down, which wasn't exactly very easy, but I was able to track him down. So I thank you all, and I thank you for being a part of our village. And again, welcome and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Do we have Tiffany Thorne? Did she come on? Have we seen her? No? Okay. All righty. To Police Chief Magnuson. Now we have our 2019-2020 Top Cop Award.
You want to do the honors, ma'am?
No, you can do it.
Okay.
We can do
all
it
right.
all together, as we did last year. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, this year, well, last year we had Officer Riverond got the first annual Top Cop Award for the El Portal Police Department. He did an outstanding job, and he continues to do so. It wasn't a one and done, outstanding officer. And this year, going over the past 11 and a half months, I think the choice was rather simple. We had an officer that has just been extremely compassionate, helping out, overseeing the seniors list. And in the time, and I could speak from the heart on this, in the time when we were sustaining quite a few injuries and officers going down with some injuries and assorted illnesses, he stood up and volunteered to change days off and hours to assist the department without being asked. That goes a very long way as far as I'm concerned. He's out there, he trains the officers, so he's an FTO. He was also very instrumental in getting the El Portal Police Department national recognition last year after the last year's deadline, so it fits for these purposes. For the Ring doorbell, we were the #1 police department for a small agency in the entire nation, and we got the award in Chicago last year at the IACP. So, you know, putting all that together, I think you know, it was a good decision. He also represents the officers in the rank and file of, as a PBA rep, so he has their interests at heart. And so, without further ado, I would like to say that I'm extremely proud for this year's award to go to Officer Paul Battaglia. So.
Thank you.
Quite welcome. Well deserved.
And Officer Battaglia, the plaque says, which I think is most fitting for your commitment to community and community policing, it says, your unwavering dedication and commitment to excellence in law enforcement and to the citizens of El Portal are appreciated, recognized, and saluted. Please keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Would you like to say any words?
Just, I'm so passionate about what I do. I love coming to work every single day, and I look forward to continuing what I do.
And just so you know, I believe you're chosen by your peers and by Chief Magnuson and the manager. So hopefully we'll get to see you in the November council meeting. And I believe the chief will be giving the plaque to you, I think tomorrow or your next day that you're back to work. Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. All right, Chief Magnuson, the floor is still yours.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, we're introducing now actually an officer that we introduced just a little while ago. This is Officer Emily Poveda, if she's on. I don't know. I don't see. Yeah, I think here she comes. Oh, in the meantime, I'll explain. She was going through the FTO. She has previous experience with another law enforcement agency, but she has gone through the FTO program and completed it with flying colors. But just as luck would have it, one of our full-time officers, Officer Tynes, he found another dream per se. He's a retired military man, and he was able to transition into something that will allow him to fulfill some his military experience while at the same time teaching, which is great for him. But he did say right off the bat, though, by all means, he's staying with the El Portal Police Department as a reservist. That being said, we were able to transition Officer Poveda up to the full-time, and she'll fit right in. I think it's, and I said this before, I think it's outstanding that we have a woman in the ranks. We need more, most definitely, because we have a wide array, and I'm very proud of that, of people in this police department. What is lacking are women, and well, we have one really good now. We look forward to having her out there starting full-time. I've seen her work in action, very passionate. Does an excellent job, a lot of very thorough, and very tenacious, which I hold in high premium. So if she comes on, she wants to say a few words, I'd like to introduce everybody to our newest full-time officer, Officer Poveda. And I
Officer,
don't,
can you hear us?
you have to unmute if you do. I know she's there because I saw her earlier, so maybe having some technical difficulty.
Yeah, I see her name there. Councilperson Perrella, do you have your hand up, or is that from before? Do you have a comment? I don't know if she can hear us.
What I can do is just transition out and try to get a hold of her and see what the issue is, and I'll come back in and join you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And she starts when, tomorrow or?
Tomorrow night, yes,
Tomorrow night.
yes.
Yeah, she was recently sworn in. I called the manager on a couple of things, and I said, hey, I saw Officer Poveda already driving by herself. I was surprised.
That was solo. That's part of the FTO program.
Yeah.
She gets shadowed by the FTO, but she has to handle everything on her own, and they're just there for backup.
Yeah, very nice. Okay. Officer Poveda, if you can hear us, congratulations, and we look forward to you being out there, and please always be safe. And hopefully she can join us on briefly and say a few words. Okay, we'll move right on to, as we all know, it's October and it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And usually when I've done the proclamation, I've done it for one specific person in the community, or I've done it for an organization. The approach I took this year was a little bit of history on how breast cancer awareness became to be breast cancer awareness in the month of October, since it's celebrating its 35 years. So I wrote a proclamation to the village and for the village to keep at the hall. So I'll read it briefly to you until maybe Ms. Officer Poveda can come back on, and it takes us over to F6. A Village of El Portal proclamation, Breast Cancer Awareness Month for October 2020. Whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month began in 1985 as a partnership between the American Cancer Society and the Pharmaceutical Division of Imperial Chemical Industries. Therefore, whereby October 2020 marks 35 years of National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And whereas First Lady Betty Ford helped kick off the week-long event, as she was herself a survivor of breast cancer when her husband, Gerald Ford, was President of the United States, and brought even more attention to breast cancer. And whereas Evelyn Lauder, founder of Pink Ribbon Breast Cancer Campaign in October of 1992, started small, and whereas the first nationwide campaign that utilized the pink ribbon was by the Estee Lauder Cosmetics in October of 1992, they handed out an impressive 1.5 million of them and ushered in the pink ribbon as a premier visual reminder to women at department store makeup counters to remind them about breast examinations. Whereas that grew into fundraising products, congressional designation of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and $330 million in donations to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, which was also commenced by the Lauder family. And whereas the early goal of Breast Cancer Awareness Month and continues today to educate women about breast cancer and early detections so that they can take charge of their breast health. One of their key goals that they wanted to achieve was to promote mammograms as an important tool to be used in the fight against breast cancer. Because when breast cancer is detected early and is in the localized stage, the 5-year survival rate for women is 99%. And 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer within their lifetime. And whereas the Village of El Portal is recognizing the history of breast cancer awareness and the significance it's had on vital research, worldwide awareness, and the mammoth task the American Cancer Society has in educating all of us of the risks of breast cancer. Whereas this proclamation is remembering members in our own community who have lost a courageous fight with breast cancer and standing with those as they remember their loved ones while recognizing that one person can make a difference. And now, therefore, I, Claudia Cabillos, along with the Village Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 20 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the Village of El Portal, and ask that all El Portal citizens join us in this worthwhile cause and commit to raising awareness and memorialize lost battles within our own community. Thank you. Okay, that takes us through our presentations. I will get those proclamations over to the clerk, as I mentioned to her earlier today. And now I want to open it up for good and welfare before we go over to our agenda items. If anybody in good and welfare would like to come in with a comment, please do so. I see a hand raised, but I've seen it for a little while. I think that's Joe Geller and Sandra Valencia.
Madam Mayor, I think you're muted.
Thank you about that. Joe, well, no, Joe's gone. Okay. Sandra Valencia?
Hello, Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast Miami Court. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, I'm just really happy about honoring the Top Cop Award to Paul Battaglia. Just wanted to reassure that here in the community, all the residents, at least in the residents I know I'm close to, we really care for him and really happy. So I'm really glad the city and the chief police officer and the whole department is allowing to, make him, feel that how important he is for us. So we really appreciate that, and we really appreciate him very much. So I wanted to say, and I'm happy to see Officer Poveda, a female cop, being part of the full-time officers department. So I'm extremely happy. So I want to welcome her as well. And I just wanted to just make it one quick comment regarding how we can support the police department. And I hope, and I know that we've been discussing during budget times and whatnot regarding how can we support for Chief Police Officer Magnuson to be able to provide better cars for our officers. So I hope that soon we can actually make that decision, because as far as I understand, there's like a little window to make decisions regarding that, so he can actually get some new cars in a lease kind of way, I think, and not buying but leasing them. So I hope, Chief, if you are listening to me, I'm here just to let you know that I support you and I support your police department, and I hope that soon as the council we can actually support and make the decisions for you to be able to provide new cars for these wonderful officers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra. Any other attendees? All right, seeing none. To the council and to the community, we do have a very long agenda this evening. So in an effort to ensure that we can go smooth through it and Dr. Ward doesn't pop up in here and say that we're talking too much, we're going to use a timer out of respect for everybody. So you might see a timer pop up that I think Full Moon put up to ensure that the residents, everybody gets the same amount of time as part of decorum for 3 minutes. Anybody else in good and welfare before we go to our first agenda item? All right, seeing none. The first agenda item is village manager salary increase and PTO payout. I do believe this is something that came to us a couple of months ago, and we said it was either going to come back in the September, October meeting, and here we are. So village manager Alou.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yes, we've discussed this at my anniversary with the village back in March. I did raise the issue that is my employment contract that affords the opportunity for me to get salary increase. Last year, I brought it up and was not given this increase due to budgetary concerns and again, this year we had the same kind of budgetary concerns, but the work doesn't stop, and my commitment and dedication to the village has not stopped. So I'm asking that you consider the salary increase for me this year, and also with the increase, it's for the consideration also of the council to pay out the PTO per my employment contract, or roll it over to the next year. Last year we rolled it over, and this year it's up for your consideration as it was to roll it over or pay it out. So I do ask that you consider a salary increase, as well as I have been with the village for 3 years and have not had one. And I know that there have been many changes and many improvements throughout my tenure. I hope to see more and to rise to the challenge that is coming before us with the new new council, and to continue to work with the village electeds as well as residents. So I leave that for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I want to open up discussion to the council. Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate it. All right, so you guys, so where we're at is, so we have those two things. We have the potential salary increase. We also have the PTO payout. For the potential salary increase, you guys, we've been through this a couple of times. It is based on satisfactory performance. It's also based on our annual budget of El Portal. We feel like it's in our annual budget if we can afford it. And it is based on consideration of those two things. In her contract, it states that the first year, it should be the 5%. Madam Manager, were you given that 5% that first year?
No, I've never been given any increase.
All right. And you're in year, because you were
2017.
Right, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And the first year was 5% consideration, and then 3% every additional year after that. As far as the PTO currently would be $18,000. It's $18,014.68 to be exact. It's $18,000. Like we said, that could be paid or carried over. That could also be, did this, I divided that in half. Let's say, for example, somebody said that, we don't want to pay the whole thing, but we want to pay half. Half would be $9,000. It'd be $9,007.34. If you want to divide that into a third, the 18, it would be $6,004.89. If you want to divide that into a quarter, into four, it would be $4,500 $4,503.67. If you guys were like, oh, well, we can't afford to pay all of the PTO right now, but let's pay a quarter, or let's pay half or a third, that would be that. But the total is $18,000 for her PTO, and it can be paid or carried over according to her contract. Just wanted to put those facts out there, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
With those facts, is there a recommendation?
Madam Mayor, I recommend, I do want to take these one by one. I would like to take the salary first and then PTO, even though it's the same agenda item. I think they're two separate things that we can discuss. I would personally recommend an 8% increase. I said that before at another meeting, you guys, just because she hasn't had one in all of her years she's been here. I know that others in the council didn't agree with that, so I'm always going to compromise. But that would be my proposal, would be an 8%.
Your proposal is to take one at a time, and it's 8%. Now, is that 8% per year or in totality?
In totality.
Any other council member?
I have a question. So the 8% that you're proposing, Vice Mayor, would be effective when?
8% that I'm proposing would be effective immediately because we are into the new budget. It would be immediate effective immediately, Councilperson.
And then where is that going to be coming from? Where in the budget?
Councilperson, we do have in our budget, we do have money that we put into a separate area that we use, that we're potentially going to use if things open back up for COVID and things like that. I believe it can come from there, Councilperson.
What separate line item is that?
The name of that line item was right here.
You're talking about the contingency?
The contingency, that's exactly what it's called, right here, contingency. We call it contingency. We took everything, Councilperson Roman, that was kind of like money that we didn't appoint to any line item, and we put it into a place called contingency.
And do you know what the amount is there in contingency?
If memory serves me correctly, it's about 40,000.
Yeah, it was something like
I don't have it in front of me.
I have it here. Yeah, I have it rounded off. I think it was 42, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I have written down unless it was changed again. I have 42 written down. I believe that's the final. I'm not mistaken, Councilperson Roman. It's about that.
So do we know
I'm
what
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think it says 36 contingencies, and it's on Public Works. The money was going to be moved out to another area, and because there was that, and it's $36,285. Is that correct? Contingencies, and I thought they were discussing why was that money on Public Works and stuff like that.
Yeah, I have 42. This was the Public Works, but this was also the stuff that was taken from the Public Affairs because we can't go to any events currently, so we took all that money and put it into contingency because we don't know if those events are coming back. I have 42 now. I might have written that down toward the middle of the budget hearing, so it may have been decreased, but what I had down was 42 in my notes.
Who can confirm that number?
Yeah, you both,
here.
Councilperson Perrella and Vice Mayor Nickerson, you actually both are correct. That's why I averaged it to 40 because I didn't have the exact number. That number was about 35 until we had our last budget meeting. And then Councilperson Urban and Vice Mayor Nickerson were going back and forth and sort of saying, hey, let's not allocate those dollars. Let's put it under contingency and see where we're at a mid-year budget review. And that's where I think it went from 35 to possibly 42, which is why I took a guess at about 40,000 is where the contingency is at. But give and take probably a couple of thousand, but it's within 40,000. And it was going to be moved from Public Affairs to another department because I know Councilperson Perrella had asked why specifically was there, and the CFO had just mentioned that because it was, as you go through the entire budget, I think budget of Public Works is the last one before it goes to the final totality. So the line item was just there, but I think it was going to be moved. But the dollar amount is about 40,000, unless the manager can come up with the actual dollar amount.
No, that was what I recall too. Unfortunately, our CFO wasn't able to make the meeting tonight. I don't know what happened, but I don't have the exact number, but I do recall it being 40, a bit over 40,000.
I see a number of 48,978 for fiscal year 21 budgeted.
Okay.
Under contingencies, under Public Works.
Yeah, because I remember we were going back and forth about it and things were being added to it and taken away. The last thing I had written down was 42, but I believe Councilperson Erb
Okay, so to answer Councilperson Roman's question, you figure it on a conservative side, 40, 45. So I think that might answer Councilperson Roman's question.
Okay, and then how much is 8%?
Yeah, we did that. Manager Alou, I believe, has that number. Manager Alou, I don't know if you remember when we spoke about if it was 8%.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have that exact number, but 8% of 85,000 would be the answer. And
6,800.
Right here.
Now, I don't know if I missed it, and maybe Councilperson Roman asked this question. So you're saying for it to be effective immediately or to be retroactive?
Effective immediately.
Effective immediately.
Madam Mayor.
So moving
Sorry, I
forward.
couldn't hear. Yeah,
Moving forward.
moving forward. Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at an additional 6,800 for the salary.
Yes.
Okay, if I may, because there was also discussed about the car allowances, that it was $5,000 there, and it was said that it was gonna be probably added to the salary instead of, because it was something that it was added up to like meet a little bit of what the village manager had, had asked for her salary when she started. So it's, remember that the salary shows something, but then we have car allowance, another $5,000 in another place. So was that being, I don't know, because
Councilperson Farella, if I may, I didn't mention the car allowance. The car allowance is monthly $420. It's yearly $5,040. I think that was brought up. Councilperson Farella, if I'm not mistaken, it was you that brought it up, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mrs. Roman said it was added to her contract and whatever to meet a little bit to what Mrs. Alou was asking for at the beginning. And that was, but that was something to be reconsidered, but we didn't talk about it in the last budget meeting. But it was something that I don't know if it was gonna be, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I can say that back when that car allowance item was brought to me, it was part of the former manager. It was part of the package that came from the former manager. It wasn't a request from me to do a car allowance. It was just a package that was from the former managers as well that had car allowance. So
no, I thought what I'm saying is I thought Councilwoman Vimari has said it was added to the contract just to.
Well, it was the former manager's salary was 85,000 plus the car allowance. So it wasn't added. I mean, it was the same contract from the former managers.
Well, nothing is standard, but it was on the previous managers, and it is part of a benefits package, which a benefits package also, has a value to it, has a dollar value, as we can clearly see.
So my only thing here is like, yeah, we couldn't do it 2 years ago, last year, and but we are, I don't know if there's any, because it's like since we didn't the village wasn't able to increase the percentage or the salary a few years ago or last year, we just adding the total amount. So, and it's, I know it hasn't been paid for the last 2 years, isn't, but if this is the time we're considering and which we think it's appropriate to do it as of now, we should start at 5% and then go from there. But being that we're very, very, very tight on the budget, so I'm just trying to be very conservative here.
What I was going to suggest is 6%, which would be 2% the annual cost of living increase.
And 6%, Councilperson Roman, you're talking about an increase of how much to the salary?
So I was saying 6% total as an increase this year.
Councilperson Urban, quiet.
I would say I have similar logic to Councilwoman Roman, and I also, on the same basis, would support 6% at 2% cost of living increase for the 3 years.
Village Manager Lou?
This is the will of the council. I know that I show up, I'm here, I'm doing my absolute, best. And I really did honor the contract. In fact, go well beyond it. Cost of living increase would just say my work is satisfactory, or, and it's up to you all. I think my work has spoken for itself. I know some of the members of the council are newer and haven't worked with me, so you don't know my body of work, or you've only seen it from the outside. But I think those who have been on the council for a little bit longer know the standard and know the quality and know my dedication. So, I mean, I think would be more than satisfactory in terms of just recognition, and perhaps some residents would feel the same way. But, it's your will, and, but I do know that the body of work has been elevated, and I think that things have changed significantly in the professionalism and the service we deliver, and we continue to do better and better. And yes, mistakes, some things happen, especially during a pandemic or a state of emergency or what have you, but the quality is always my my goal, and I've always adhered to that and always kept a professional staff and professional service. So I just hope that you will consider that when you're considering this, and I leave it to you.
I have a question, and I think the only person that was at the council with me at the time was Vice Mayor Nickerson. When we gave our clerk a raise, ironically enough, it was at her 3 years, because we did not do it the first 2 years. What percentage did we give her? I don't remember.
12%, I think it was.
Here too. Excuse me?
I think it was 12%.
I think Councilperson Roman was here too, now that I remember. I think we gave her that raise in November of 18. I think November of 18, that raise was extended to her, or September. Do we remember what the percentage was?
Madam Mayor, if I may, something in my ear is ringing 11, 12, or 13.
I think it was 12%. I wasn't there. I wasn't, but I was looking at the numbers and stuff like that, and I believe it came up with the percentage. I think it was 12%.
Something's ringing 11 or 12 or 13 in my ear. I mean, we did what we did that time to try to make up for the years that we didn't do when we could do. So.
I don't think it was 12. Am I muted? No. I don't think it was 12%. I think we went back and forth. Was it 9%? I think it was 9 or 8. I don't think it was 12.
It wasn't 8. I'm seeing an odd number, so I was thinking 11 or 13, but it could have been 9.
Because we did 333.
Yeah, yeah. I remember odd numbers. That's all I do remember, odd numbers. So I was thinking 11 or 13, but it probably was 9, Madam Mayor.
Any other comments from the council before I ask if there is a recommendation?
Well, I think hearing the two numbers the same, 6% sounds like logical at this moment, and it's moving forward, not retroactive, right? Is that it?
Councilperson Perrella, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't get that at the beginning part.
that it's been, two of the council members are comfortable with 6%, and it's moving forward, not retroactive. So that'll be a good start, and hopefully next year or following years we can do, start doing. We're we're in a better place financially, and
Okay. Any other comments?
So here's my logic and what I'm thinking about. Because we're looking at the same budget year, and she does have PTO that needs to be paid, I personally don't recommend we continue to roll over PTO, because before you know it, that's gonna calculate, there's gonna be a huge number. Right now, as it is a big number. It's 18,000 now, or a little over 18,000. My thoughts are that we should pay the PTO, maybe not fully, leave her with some sick time, because God only knows what could happen. And she may need some sick time, and give her the 6%. Really, in reality, because if I'm looking at the numbers, if we're looking between 6% and 8%, there's $1,700 difference. In reality, that's nor here nor there. It's not a big deal. If it makes her feel better, and if it motivates her to continue as she moves forward, I don't think that 2% is a big deal. It'll bring her to current, and I would definitely look at how you guys decide to move forward next year. And so, because, if you keep we see what happens when we keep putting this stuff to the side. And it is not fair. And if you think that the people that are in staff are not doing a good job, then that's what the review process is for. And that's what you need to do. And you need to review them annually. So if you're looking at the 6,800 plus, say, I calculated it without the sick time, it was going to be 10,963.78, but she's got a lot of sick time, so I would probably give her a little bit more. So if we were to give her, you're looking at $18,000 roughly from that 40,000. I don't know what you guys wanted to hold that 40,000 for, but that'll leave you with only about 20,000 left, 20,000 left in that contingency. So I don't know what your plans are, but that is just how I kind of work through it with the numbers. Again, I don't recommend you hold on to that PTO, and you need a manager. She's either, not going to be happy and walk away. I don't know if she'll do that now in the midst of COVID, but, you want to keep your people happy as well. And I don't know that $1,000, I would risk. So that's just my thoughts after thinking about it.
Hey, I'm sorry, Council Vice Mayor, can you repeat your thoughts? So did your recommendation? Because I missed that in the beginning.
My recommendation? Yes. So my recommendation is to pay the PTO, maybe leave, I don't know, right now, if I'm looking at the email, she's got 172 hours. That's like 4 weeks of sick pay. She doesn't need 4 weeks of sick pay unless, God forbid, something happens, but then I'm sure she's got short-term disability. So if, maybe you want to leave, I don't know, 20, 40 hours of sick pay, and then pay her the rest of the PTO that she's owed. So you're not rolling that over, because eventually you're going to have to pay it off. So you might as well do it now. And then, I'm fine with the recommendation of 8%. I'm not going to argue over $1,600.
Thank you, Councilperson Roman. And real quick, before I open it up to Councilperson Urban and Vice Mayor Nickerson, I pulled up the minutes to the September 2018 meeting, and it was 9%. It did start off at a recommendation of 12%, but that didn't. And then the recommendation motion was made at 9 and passed then. Councilperson Urban?
Yeah, so we were all at the last two budget hearings, and we know exactly how valuable $1,700 is to us. For me, I see the most critical things moving forward would be vehicles. So that'd be the entire police fleet, as well as code enforcement, as well as public works. And then we've got some other critical items lined up beyond that. In terms of the PTO, I agree that we don't want that sitting on the books, especially if it's already in a budgeted year. It is ideal to take care of that in the budgeted year so that you don't have to shuffle, move things around. I don't know that I would go as far as Councilman Roman. I would suggest saying, am I correct in thinking that it's 2 years of PTO rolled over, and here we are entering the third year? Is that correct? Okay, so I would recommend paying out half of that, and so this year you're still sitting with 1 year rolled over. What will be due this year? So at the end of this fiscal year, assuming that none would be used, we'd be more or less at the same point. However, we wouldn't have that extra 33%. And so my recommendation would be to pay off half of that PTO, and I am going to be firm at 6%.
Okay, perfect. Vice Mayor Nickerson or Councilperson Perrella, anybody?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. My recommendation, you guys, is 8%. And I was thinking of carrying over the PTO. I understand what you guys are saying, Councilperson Roman and Councilperson Erbaum, but that contingency is kind of like our reserve in a way. And I just don't know, what's going to happen with COVID, if things are going to open back up, if we're going to need that money for a reason or things like that. I was looking to carry over the PTO and do the 8%. That's what my suggestion is.
May I make a quick recommendation before I call on Councilperson Erbaum? I think you prefaced it in the beginning, Vice Mayor Nickerson, is let's take both separately. So let's make a motion on what the raise you all want, and then we can talk about PTO. So maybe okay, if you guys are good with that. Councilperson Erbaum?
Yeah, so as far as the PTO is concerned, I do agree that now is probably not the time to make any payment of that PTO, especially in light of the discussion we're going to have shortly, involving the PBA, for example, the STEP retention plan. And so, that is a tough one. However, I think it's more of a problem to not deal with it than it is to do something. And so I wouldn't go all the way down to 40 hours like Councilperson Roman is saying. However, I do feel strongly that even if it hurts this year, it will put us in a better position for next year. I could go back and forth. Probably, if you ask me in 5 minutes, I might have a different opinion. But I do feel strongly that some of that PTO needs to get off of the books. And I'm not going to go into. I'll just say, I feel between 6% and 8%. I just. All I can say is I'm firmly at 6%.
Okay. Councilperson Perrella, anything? Or I'm going to ask for a motion. I think I have a hand in the audience. Hugh Gladwin has been very patient, but is there a motion and a second before I open it up for discussion? Let's do one at a time. I think we're closer on the increase than we are with PTO. So is there a motion for an increase to the manager?
I'll make a motion of an increase of 6% to the manager.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Erbaum at a 6% increase to the manager. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilperson Perrella. If there's no discussion, let me open up real quick to public comments. I don't know. Hugh Gladwin, did you have a comment at this moment, or is your hand up by accident? And now I have two hands. I have Hugh Gladwin first, Kyle, and then I have Nariman.
Hi, Hugh Gladwin, 400 Northeast 85th Street. I had a quick comment on this. You know, I just want to say at that meeting a few meetings ago when you turned down any salary increase for the manager, I was both shocked and worried. I was shocked because I think she's done an incredible job, you know, and I was shocked also because raises, you know, are symbolic as well as actual money. And in any kind of organization, if you refuse to give an employee any raise at all, that's a sign of extreme displeasure in their performance. I don't care what you're saying, but that's the case. I was also worried because our investment in good people in the village is incredibly more important than things like number of automobiles and things like that you have. You know, we've had terrible times with the village manager position before. Our current manager has done an incredible job. You know, and the fact that she's done an incredible job is not just visible to me from everything I've had to do with the village. It's also visible around the county, and people like her are worth their weight in gold for other municipalities and things like that. So it's not a question that she's going to leave. It's a question that somebody's going to give her a better offer. And as far as the symbolic goes, between 8% and 6%, you know, to me is very little money, as Councilwoman Roman said. So I think the only criteria for voting to 6 is that you still have some displeasure with her that you want to communicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh Gladwin. Did we have somebody else? I'm having a little bit of a challenge here with, is there any hands raised in the audience? I don't think so. Okay, no more hands raised. Okay, I'll close public comments and open it up back to the council. There is a motion made by Councilperson Urban, second by Councilperson Perrella, to consider a 6% raise. Any discussion before I ask for roll call?
It should be 8%, but no discussion, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Nicholson, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, what?
I think it should be 8%. I said, but no discussion. I'm not discussion. Just that comment.
Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
No.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nicholson. Say that again, sir.
No.
Mayor Cabello,
No.
6% fails, 3-2.
Is there another motion before I move to PTO as it relates to the manager's salary increase?
Madam Mayor, if I may. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for an 8% increase.
There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson at 8%, and I really think that we probably should be specific in the motion as to the start date on any increase.
Going forward, not retroactive, Madam Mayor.
8% as we move forward. There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson at an 8% increase as we move forward. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by
Can we be specific that if this passes, it'll be effective then tomorrow?
Yes, it could be effective Wednesday, October 27th. I mean, October 28th.
Okay.
There is a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson for an 8% increase effective tomorrow, the 27th of October. It's been seconded. 28th of October. It's been seconded by Councilperson Roman. Any discussion?
I have to say that. So I just want to acknowledge that I understand that Mayor Cabillos, you certainly do owe the manager that 2%. The residents of the village do not. That's all I have to say.
I don't understand what that means, but okay. Any other discussion? I'm going to close the council and open it up for public comments. Any public comments? Seeing none, open it up back to the council. Any discussion before I ask for roll call? All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilman Perrella,
No.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
No.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes on 8%, 3-2.
Discussion or recommendation as the PTO payout.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Madam Mayor, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead, yes.
I still was kind of with carrying over PTO. I do understand how that could be a slippery slope, Councilperson Urban, Councilperson Roman. I still think that that contingency is kind of like a reserve, and I'm just real weary about taking too much out of it because we might have other things that come up. But if you guys were looking at it, I don't know if you guys wrote down those numbers. I don't know, half of her PTO, her PTO is $18,014. Half of that would be $9,007. The only reason why I'm bringing up half because I think that Councilperson Urban brought up half, the idea of half. I'm not sure if that's what he was talking about. A third would be $6,004, and a quarter of her PTO would be $4,503, just to remind you guys. I still say that I was gonna carry it over, but.
My recommendation, if I may, my recommendation will be to pay half of it now and get it over with. You don't want to keep piling some money that at the end, $1,000, you guys are saying 6 to 8%, $1,000, $1,600 is not much. And our budget is only $2 million. So a little bit over $2 million. So $1,000 is a lot. It could, but I will say half of that PTO should be paid.
Any other comments? I heard Councilperson Perrella and Vice Mayor Nickerson.
I'll just say my initial thought is half, and then as Vice Mayor Nickerson ran through the numbers, I would go as low as the third, which I think was 6,000 and change. But my initial reaction is half should be paid.
Half, Madam Mayor, for the record, half would be $9,007.34. A third would be $6,004.89. A quarter, if you guys want to do that, would be $4,503.67. And the full, of course, is $18,014.68.
So if we did half, it'll leave you with about 24,000 or 25,000 in the contingency. I'm fine with half because I think it's eventually you're going to have to pay it. If the manager decides to go, you're going to have to pay that all at once. So I bring down the debt if you can. That's my opinion.
Yes, I agree with that.
Real quick, just to reiterate, paying half, Manager Lou, it brings us current. In other words, all we owe is this past year.
Right. Yes.
Right? Is that what you said earlier? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none from the council, is there a motion? I hear most of you are recommending or possibly have. So is there a motion for the manager's PTO?
Just before that, do we know if there's any input that came through the CFO in terms of was there any recommendation or advice offered by the CFO?
No, I'm sorry. I have not gotten any recommendations from the CFO. He knew this item was coming up, and he conferred with the office administrator, but he didn't say one way or the other. He just gave us the number.
Very good. I will make a motion to bring us current and pay half of that outstanding PTO.
Councilperson Urban has made a motion to pay half to bring us current of the PTO, and Vice Mayor has indicated that the half is about $9,000, a little over $9,000. That is correct. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilperson Perrella. There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban, second of Perrella. Any discussion or comments? I'll close the council meeting. I don't see any hands raised for public comments. Seeing none, if there's no discussion from the council, Madam Clerk, may I get roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
No.
Mayor Cubelos.
Yes.
The item passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Next, we have H2, building and permit fees. I'll open it up to, I believe, Vice Mayor Nickerson. You all held a recent special council meeting or meeting to discuss this. I can't remember off the top of my head who chairs code enforcement, but whoever the chair is, or Vice Mayor Nickerson that was at the meeting, you can go ahead and brief us on this item as well as the manager.
Well, I can start by saying this item was initially brought to the council and residents back in January through the Code Enforcement Committee. And then we kind of put it to the side a bit and promised to do a town hall. When we got our new building official, Mr. Mark Jean, he made the recommendation upon his first 30 days with the village and stated we have some options and we really should explore that considering the department and its functionality. So this item was brought to Administration and Finance Committee, and from there a host of meetings ensued, including a town hall and a special council meeting to push it forward with the recommendations. Mr. Mark Jean is here. He has been very outspoken about the recommendations in other municipalities and what they're doing, as he's also building official in other municipalities, and just saw the lack since we have not touched or changed any building permit fees since the 1980s. So Mr. Jean, I know, is in the attendees list, and I will turn it over if the Vice Mayor or Councilperson Urban have something to add to that. We can certainly hear that, and then have Mr. Jean come up to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Kyle, if you can bring Mark Jean over, and then again, if Councilperson Urban or Vice Mayor Nickerson would like to add to this agenda item.
I'll just say that as Mr. Jean presented the information to us, comparisons, it was just clearly a lot of work, and we feel very fortunate to have someone with such experience, and his ability to lay out the information so that we could understand it was also phenomenal and incredibly well appreciated. And so, I just want to say that that the work that Mr. Jean did is in the level of invaluable. So again, I just want to say thank you for all the hours he put in, for his experience and his expertise, and for his ability to help us understand it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, it was very detailed, Madam Mayor, what he went through, and this, Madam Mayor, ever since you've been mayor, we've been trying to, catch the village up when it comes to, in time, bring us into the modern era and things like that, as far as, our administration and the way we do things, So I really appreciate the way he's helped us do that in such a quick amount of time, and it's been so accurate, his numbers, and it's been fair for the village. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Jean. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Did you want to give us, I know some of us were not at the meeting, and I know you've worked alongside the administration and the members of the committee to bring us up to all up to speed with some of the changes and recommendations that you're making?
Yes. I wonder if I could share my screen. I could just, I don't know if I have time to go a couple of slideshows real quick.
I think you can. Kyle, can he share his screen? I believe you can. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with, you know, the code adaptation. Since 1984, the building fees has not been touched. And this was found in the Code of Ordinance for the village. And I'm sorry, I'm looking at the screen sideways, you know, because I have a computer monitor that's disabled, so I'm looking at another screen. I'm sorry, I'm looking sideways. The next slide here is just a brief principle of inflation. You know, I just took some, just a number, arbitrary number, $25 in 1984, and to bring it to a current value based on 2% inflation rate would be 51 based on this equation. It's just, you know, just to get a feel of just the natural increase of cost. And I hope everyone can see this slide here, right? Hopefully, or the screen here. The main reason that the fees need to be increased, I just looked at the 2018-2019 actual budget of revenues and saw that the total was 164,495. This was from a published material on the internet that was on the village site that I grabbed these values from. And the actual amount for 2018-2019 for expenditures or expenses was $164,929. And just based on the difference here, there was a shortage of $434. In actuality, what was captured for expenditures for the building department, it kind of left out some things regarding, you know, the vehicle for code enforcement, items as, you know, telephone services, software maintenance fees, I believe were placed under administration, and lease for copier, office supplies, operating supplies, and equipment purchases. So if we truly take these items into account, it would be well above the $434 difference or shortage. And you know, in summary, if you know, in actuality, the deficit is greater than 434. When, you know, benefits, other contract services, payroll, outsourced IT services, telephone services, software maintenance, postage, rental, and other fees are taken into account. Even the code enforcement vehicle, the gas for the code enforcement vehicle, which is you know, used in the building department for code enforcement. And also we are working with one permit clerk, and in the future we'll get, we have a large project coming up, and we would want to see another clerk there to kind of help out with the load, especially when it comes to records requests. Also the preservation of files into electronic format, but there's really not a budget for it And this is where the increase of fees would help out in terms of modernizing the building department and propelling the function of it even further into the future. So that's the main reason I'm proposing to increase the fees, and I hope the residents and the council would see fit to allow the fees to be increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Jean. Oops, am I muted? No, okay. So just a real quick for the manager and to the committee. Now, we have this as an agenda item, but you all will be bringing this forward most likely in November with a resolution or an ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We just couldn't get an instrument in under the deadline for this agenda, but we will be moving it for the November agenda for sure.
Okay, perfect. All right, good work. Anything else that you all want to add before we move on to the next agenda item on this? Okay, seeing none. We're gonna go right into, actually just for a point, just for the clerk, as a reminder, this will move to the November agenda with the resolution.
I have it.
Okay. First, we're going to go to the first resolution we have, which is Resolution I-1 2020-36, which is the CARES Act. If we could please have the attorney read the title into the record.
Yes, Resolution 2020-36, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute a memorandum of understanding between the village and Miami-Dade County for the allocation of Corona Relief Fund, CRF, reimbursement for eligible activities under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. To the manager, did you want to give us some background? I know we've talked about this and it's in your report. To the council, to the community, some background on this?
Absolutely. Under federal guidelines, the federal government awarded funds to Miami-Dade County, and Miami-Dade County is allowed to share those funds with the municipalities. We've been working to combat the coronavirus and respond to this national emergency. So the federal government has provided funds for us, but we have to execute this memorandum of understanding with the county in order to access those funds. I must say that over the last 2 weeks, the CFO and I, as well as our office administrator, have been feverishly working to set up the village's FEMA reimbursement and county reimbursement, because they must mirror each other, requests through 2 portals. So we've been working on that quite a bit, and the CARES Act Memorandum of Understanding is the final piece of that. As of yesterday, Monday, we have all of our items in for reimbursement for the expenses that are allowed under the CARES Act, and per the contract, we are allowed to have reimbursements for items such as our website improvement that allowed for more submissions for permitting and what have you over our website, because we really needed to improve that in order to utilize the services, or the residents to utilize the services as we were quarantining or being safer at home. But it also allows for the medical expenses for the coronavirus testing that we underwent as staff, for the acquisition and distribution of medical protective supplies, for the telework that we all were able to do by working at home, working remotely, that cost the village. So these are all acceptable and allowable reimbursement funds that we can receive, but we must do the memorandum of understanding with the county in order to do that. So I ask that you please pass this item so that we can get this final document to the county and hopefully start the reimbursement process as soon as possible. This will be effective. We've spent to date, we're expecting to spend about $85,000 to $86,000 on our coronavirus response in terms of overtime, staff that wasn't able to come to work for 2 weeks, but were still paid. And then we had to fill in the gaps with each other and even hire a temp worker. So there have been some expenses to the village, and we want to get a full reimbursement for that. So I ask that you pass this so that we can make this memorandum of understanding with the county.
Thank you, Christia. Any questions or comments for the manager from the council? No hands raised. Okay, is there a motion to accept a resolution 2020-36 CARES Act?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept Resolution 2020-36 CARES Act.
There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson to accept resolution 2020-36. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Councilperson Urban. Any discussion? Any public comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I'll go back to the council. May I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Kubelos.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I2, Resolution 2020-37, Site Plan Approval. I ask the attorney to please read it into the record.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is a site plan approval, which is subject to quasi-judicial proceedings. So the first step would be to read the resolution into the record, and then afterwards, I'll just briefly read what the procedures are. Since this is going to be a Zoom platform, each witness that will testify, I'm going to ask the clerk to just swear them in. So let me read the resolution first. Resolution 2020-37, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval of an application by Epic Holdings Group 310 LLC for new construction of a two-story residence located at 310 Northeast 88th Street in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violations of conditions, and providing for an effective date. Briefly, the Village of El Portal procedures for quasi-judicial hearings are as follows. Anyone who wishes to speak shall be sworn in by the clerk. The hearing shall be conducted in an informal manner. I will read the title, which I've done. Village staff shall present a synopsis of the application and make recommendation. There will be a presentation by the applicant. The council will then hear from the participants in favor and in opposition to the application. All witnesses are subject to cross-examination by the village staff, council, and the applicant. A participant may request that the council ask questions of a witness. The applicant and staff may make concluding remarks. No further presentation or testimony shall be permitted, and the public hearing shall be closed. All decisions of the council must be based on competent and substantial evidence presented at the hearing. All backup materials presented at the hearing will automatically become a part of the record of the hearing. All approval will be subject to staff recommendation conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion for approval.
Thank you. Kyle, if you can please bring Juan Molaret in, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Juan Muyerat, Plus Rubia Design, 1385 Coral Way, Miami, Florida, 33145. Presenting to you this evening the construction of, or the site plan approval for construction of a two-story residence. If I may, I will share my screen. So this is for the construction of a two-story residence. This is in front of you. The applicant has gone through several revisions and it's been in front of the council several times. And ultimately what they've come up is with a project that meets the standards required by planning and zoning. There was discussion in planning and zoning also at the board to make some modifications. The applicant clarified that the trees would remain along with several other questions that were submitted to them during the board meeting. we recommend approval with conditions. And I would like to add another condition here, which the applicant is not meeting it currently, which is the location of the condenser units currently cited on the plan on the setback, which is something that we are not, we do not allow. So with the relocation of those condenser units, we recommend approval of this item.
Am I muted? Okay, thank you, Juan. Is the applicant here by any chance? Is the applicant here?
It's Fernando Garrote.
Oh, Fernando Garrota. Kyle, can you bring Fernando Garrota in? And then I'll open it up to the council. Two questions for the applicant and as well as Juan. If the council has any questions for Juan, it's a good time to let's ask them now, and then we all will proceed to the applicant. Welcome, Fernando. ¿Cómo estás?
Madam Clerk, please don't forget to swear the applicant in, please.
Thank you. Oh, we have it. Oh, Fernando Guerrero. Will you raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me? Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give on this item is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and again, welcome to the council. Any questions to Juan from Placerbia or the applicants?
Juan, I would just ask if there, is there any last items at all that you would want to share with us? That's my only question.
Other than the conditions that we already submitted for you as conditions in the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the only one that I will show it to you so that you can see.
The AC unit you're talking about, right? It's not within the setback.
Right. The AC units currently are shown right here within the setback, too close to the property line. The setback is the area which is typically 5 feet where you're not allowed to build or put mechanical.
Is that something that's being addressed, or is that something that the applicant's talking about needing a variance for?
We requested the applicant address this at Planning and Zoning. I would defer to the applicant to tell us why it's not been addressed.
Good evening. How you doing, Eric? I don't know if you can hear me or not. It's Fernando Garrote.
We can hear you perfectly. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Fernando Garrote, and the address is 310 Northeast 88th Street, El Portal. That's a property that I currently own there. And as far as the condenser is concerned, I guess we can work with the architect to relocate them to meet the guidelines of the setbacks. I have no issue with it. You know what I mean? As long as we can get those relocated, with the architect, and I'm sure we can find a spot for them. I don't know if there's any further questions in reference to the condensers.
I'm good.
We would recommend approval, again, with a condition of receiving and that the application for construction shows that those condensers have been moved outside of the setback.
Any other members of the council have a question for either Juan or Fernando?
Just really quickly, I understand the conditions and the recommendation, with conditions. I'm just kind of concerned. I mean, there's a good amount of conditions, and like, I just want to know that what needs to be done can be done. Like, for example, the air conditioning units, to move them to a better location. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that they can be moved to a better location, and that the better location will be, you know, within the ramifications that we need. I'm just kind of concerned that everything can get done the way that it needs to get done. And not that we're approving with these type of conditions, like the air conditioning situation now, and then later on it's like, oh, we really couldn't find a better place to put them, and things like that. That's my only concern. But besides,
Building shouldn't approve any permits unless plans that show that nothing is encroaching in the setback are shown in plans. It's really not my place to be the architect here, but we found a couple of places where they can be put. Again, that will be up to the owner and the architect, but it's possible to put it behind the garage right here, which is outside of the setback.
Right.
There's also a porch right here, and by slightly moving one of the walls, there's another location that can be put away from. We also don't want to put it in front of the street, right? We want it hidden behind, and that's also part of the value of the house, that you don't see any mechanical. But behind the garage, there's room right next to what it says here, the future pool equipment, to locate it. So we feel it's possible, but regardless, I mean, I appreciate what your question is important. Unless a site plan is provided for us and for the building department that shows that no encroachment is being made into the setback, there should be no permit for construction.
This is Fernando here again. I agree with Juan. There's a couple of places there that it can be moved, and I'm sure just doing some minor tweaks with the architect. Now's the time to do it. You know what I mean? And right now, well, the house is still in plans, so we can make this make this happen, either behind the pool, or we can find a location, just putting it in a wall a little bit, or so we can completely get it out of the setbacks.
Is there any questions? I see some hands raised in the audience. Does the council have any other additional questions?
If I could, just before we get to the audience members, I'll say that for anyone who still has reservations about this design, I believe that the council has put this architect through the ringer for quite some time. They have been very responsive, and so personally, I'm very pleased to go forward with this. And I just want to say the architect and the builders have just been very accommodating, and we have certainly put their feet to the fire on this one. So,
agreed. Before I go to, I see the hand down, and there was a member of the attendees. Any other questions from the council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Since this is a quasi judicial item, I should poll the council for Jennings disclosure, just so that it will be on the record.
Okay.
And the Jennings disclosure just asks, have you had any conversations or any meetings with either the applicant, or pretty much I just need to know who you've spoken to about the item, and that you can make a fair and partial decision on the item outside of any other than what you hear tonight at this meeting. Councilman Perrella?
No.
Councilman Urban?
I believe I have only spoken with our urban planners, Serbia. I believe that it's only taken place at public meetings regarding this specific item.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Roman?
I have not spoken to anyone about this item.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Madam Clerk, I haven't spoken to anybody about that.
thank you. And Mayor Cabello.
No, I've only spoken to Juan or Camila via our public meetings and then placing them on the agenda this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for the applicant or for Juan before I open up for public comments? Hands raised. Okay, perfect. Seeing none, let me go ahead and open up for public comments. Close the council, open up for our attendees. I see our police officer, Officer Paveda, will bring you in after this agenda item. Any other comments from the public on this agenda item before I request a motion? Uh-oh. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments, open it up back to the council. Councilor, is there a motion to accept the site plan approval resolution 2020-37?
Sorry, I had a little bit of noise in the background. I'll make the motion to adopt the 2020-37.
Thank you. There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second? Sorry, is there a second?
I'm sorry, and just to clarify, you don't have to add under the conditions and the urban planner had just discussed. It's like he said, there's no, right, the motion.
Councilperson Pearl, if you could just give me 1 second, because I have a motion. I need a second, then I can open up for discussion, okay? So there's a motion made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
Second motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Councilperson Pearl, what is your question?
No, it was about the motion being that we don't have to add that it will be the motion needed to have the items that the survey just recommended moving, based on moving the units and all of that, right? The approval.
That's the Councilperson Perla, the recommendation of staffs is included in the motion automatically based upon the introduction.
Councilperson Perla, does that answer your question? Okay. Any other discussion or comments from the council? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Fernando. I don't know if you're still on. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
With all of us, I appreciate that. Juan, thank you, and your team as well. If you can just non-share your screen now.
We'll follow up with building department.
Please. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Kyle, you can leave Juan on because the next item also works with him and Camila. So if I could please have the attorney read, it should be I3. If I could please have the attorney read I3, Resolution 2020-38, Architectural Design Guidelines Resolution.
I think that's 1 second. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, adopting design guidelines entitled Village of El Portal, Florida Design Guidelines Version 1 for the Village of El Portal and providing for an effective date, sponsored by Mayor Claudia Vicabilius.
My apologies, my dogs were not happy right now. Okay, thank you so much. Council, as you see before us, we have the guidelines that we've been working on since last year. And as we all know, they have been on the website as well for commentary from the public. And so Juan, if you can please bring us up to speed and take us through the book that you all have helped put together.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all that have participated. This has been a long way coming. We've had this up on the website for a while, had comments from the public, from yourselves. What we've come up is with a guidelines that again, they are guidelines, and as we describe in the introduction, I'll read the part that is in bold. This document is intended to set general guidelines concerning its purposes and contents. The guidelines are not meant to be regulatory. They're meant to be guidelines. We've done a history review of El Portal. We've looked at what kind of building types we have in El Portal. As you all know, most of the Z3 is single-family residential, etc. And we've tried to pair those with the building code. We found arts and crafts buildings. You can see on the bottom some of the examples: Florida vernacular, Mediterranean Tudor revival, masonry modern, which is also quite prevalent in the village, as well as mission style. The reason why we do that is because we try to ascertain what the language of the village is before we make recommendations of what it wants to become. So hopefully building on that character that you have rather than coming in and proposing something new. We've taken away from these all the design elements, and these elements include, from the very generic, what is the volume, what are the additions, to the composition of the facades, whether they are symmetrical, asymmetrical, 3-bay or 5-bay. Those are examples of the kind of buildings that we find in El Portal today. The facade proportion, alignment, hierarchy, these are things that are guidelines for future construction or for renovations. This doesn't necessarily have to be all about new construction. We've also looked at porches, something that is very typical in Florida, and the types of roofs. We've given examples here of things that we found in El Portal, as well as windows and doors, their proportions, etc., etc. We've looked at also the materials that are, again, prevalent in El Portal. These are examples that we found, as well as roof materials, which are also part of the code that we inherited. And finally, a color palette that was resurrected from somewhere in the village hall. I don't know who found it, but it took a few years to find, and it still was quite cryptic. But we found it. We've digitized it. We've put it up here. Again, these are guidelines, so we didn't want to make them regulations. You, as the council, of course, can make these regulations. Any part of this can become a regulation. But for now, they're guidelines. They are things that show how to best address color coding and color buildup in a building. Again, some examples that we found in the village. And then we move into a part that we did a huge push in the last few weeks, because at some point we realized, well, we are not just going to be in the next few years single family homes. We're going to have multi-story buildings. And so we've included here guidelines for those taller, bigger buildings, more volumetric. So again, we have a part that is for single family, the residential character, and something, in the spirit, in the style, in the character, but for larger buildings, and those respond to a different set of guidelines. And then finally, we've also included, which I don't think that we had to, but we felt that El Portal is so much about its landscape, that we thought that we would also give some guidelines, some ideas for the residents that are trying to upgrade their landscaping or do some landscape design in their properties, especially for those that are public. And again, these are guidelines, so they're not regulations. But there's a lot to say about the richness of type of plant material that we have in South Florida. So the different layers that you can have, how to treat those layers, how to best address those as part of a plan with your driveway, etc. And we've also included some material that we've been working on with other projects as well, in terms of what to do with rain gardens, how much better it is if you build your yard with permeable material, not just for environmental purposes, but also in the interest of getting enough permeability that we mitigate some of those flooding events that we have in the village. And then finally, driveways with some pavement materials and options, again, as guides. The next time that we have an application for a residential building, or for a residential single-family home, we will be able to refer to these and have a conversation with a little bit more, backup, a little bit more educated about what we prefer, what we don't prefer, with whatever applicant comes to us next. Finally, some fences that we approved a few months ago. Those have made it up into these guidelines, again, for reference. These are part of the regulations. And then a catalog of plants that residents can choose from, or applicants, bushes, ground cover. All of these are most of these are native. We're trying to create a palette that is mostly native. And then that helps, of course, our ecosystem in South Florida. And then finally, some examples of single-family building types as well. Here, mid-rise, which is what you would find typically on 2nd Avenue, and how the setbacks work and what kind of proportions you have in these buildings. So we go from single-family to 3-story to, again, taller buildings that we'd see on the other side of the tracks, and how those setbacks and how those buildings are put together. We even included a gas station here, and I know that we have no applications for gas stations, but we never know. Maybe in a few years we'll get an application for a gas station. We want to make sure that that gas station behaves in a way that is friendly to the street, that it doesn't create the proverbial sore thumb in the middle of the village. If there was a gas station, it would probably be in a very prominent avenue because they're not allowed anywhere else. So again, these are in preparation for whatever may come in terms of applications. The final section of this pattern book, these guidelines, is an inventory of some of the homes that we found are special in terms of character and what we've used to build this up. And you have these here. They're typically buildings that are pre-1940s, which is where most of the styles that we've just shown you come from. And that's it. You can see a lot of those here. The pattern book, the guidelines are online. You guys can download them as well. Again, it's a long time in the making. It's quite comprehensive. Of course, it's not perfect, and it's not perfect because we need to evolve it, and that's why the attorney called me the other day and asked me about the title, and we discussed it. We felt that it was necessary to call it version 1 in preparation for some future amendments that you may want, or maybe an applicant may bring up, or residents may want to make modifications in the future. We don't see this as a static document. We see this as a document that may evolve in the future, and that's why, again, this is for your attention, for your vote today. Design guidelines of the Village of El Portal version 1. And with that, I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Juan, for the presentation. To the council, questions to Juan? Comments, questions, suggestions?
No, great job. Thank you so much.
Before I open it up to
Thank you, Mayor Cabillos. I know this was something that you also were very involved in. You wanted for a long time, so appreciate both of you guys, the hard work you guys put.
Any other, hold on, do I see a hand raised? Thank you. Any other comments? Councilperson Perella, Councilperson Nervam, going once, going twice. Okay, I'll open up to public comments and then I'll come back to the council. If I can please, Kyle, I think Hugh Gladwin has his hand up for public comments. I'll close the council on this agenda item and open it up for public comments on this agenda item.
Yeah, Hugh Gladwin, 400 Northeast 85th Street. This is a wonderful document. I mean, it is fabulous. And I just wanted to comment, given the task force met their last meeting and I was sitting and observing, a big concern of the task force was to build in resilience for the village. It's wonderful how this is in there. And most particularly, one of the issues the task force took up was that, you know, due to the fish kill in the Biscayne Bay and the real crisis we're facing, it's very clear that we're going to have to enact. They're going to be very severe fertilizer ordinances enacted restricting fertilizer. And this is not just a matter of resilience, it's a matter of budget. And that is that Florida native plants evolved in a ecosystem with almost no nutrients in the system. They don't need fertilizer. But if somebody plants, you know, a lush green lawn and all kinds of plants that won't survive without fertilizer, it's going to wind up costing them a lot of money if they don't follow these guidelines. So, you know, the changes are just incredibly wonderful and incredibly timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll open it up back to the council meeting. Officer Preveda, I forgot about you, but I'm not gonna forget after this agenda item, so we'll bring you in so you can say a few words. I apologize for that. So just hang tight there with your hand up. To the council, back to the council, close public comments. Any other comments or questions for Juan, the manager, or anybody else on the dais before I ask for a motion for this resolution?
Just to say that this is very exciting, and thank you sincerely to Serbia, Mayor, you as well, for getting us here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments? Seeing none, going once. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution set forth 2020 38?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-38 Design Guidelines.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cubillos.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
I want to thank the entire council for embracing this project, and Camila and Juan, you guys really outdid yourselves. Nicely put. You can tell how much, how aware you are of what our community is and who we are and where we want to be. So really nice touch in the whole project. So thank you so much. I love, thank you.
This is fun for us, so.
I'm sure. All right, thank you so much, Juan and Camila, and your entire team, because I know it takes a team, so your entire team. Let's see, now we're gonna go into ordinances. We have an ordinance, our first ordinance, I3, Ordinance 2020-14. It's a second reading, base code amendments. Kyle, you can go ahead and keep Juan on for the next two agenda items. You don't have to take him out just yet. To the attorney, can you please read the title of the ordinance into the record?
Yes, but I think Vice Mayor Nickerson wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
recognize, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, go ahead.
Wanted to bring Officer Poveda over, Madam
Oh
Mayor.
my God, thank you. Whew. Officer Poveda, please come on in. I am so sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Attorney.
I was on a roll.
You have to unmute yourself.
Wait, there we go. There we
There you
go.
go.
Technical difficulties. All right. I'm here.
Well, I'll introduce you real quick again. Earlier, there was a little technical difficulties. It's been squared away. This is Officer Poveda, our full-time officer now that will be replacing Officer Tynes, who went into the reserve status now. So without further ado, Officer Poveda, the floor is yours.
All right. Number one, I'm happy to be here, and I'm so happy to be a part of El Portal. I love this department. I love everyone that I work with, and whatever questions you guys have for me, all I can say is that I'm thankful to be where I am, the position that I have been offered, and glad to be here, Chief.
To the council, any comments, words for Officer Poveda?
Welcome for full time.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're honored to have you. We're lucky and honored. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I have to say welcome as well. And we have immense respect for Chief Magnuson, and he certainly seems to have immense respect for you. And so we're excited, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So Officer Poveda, the other day, if there was a car circling you, it was me. I saw you, and I called the manager, and I was like, "Why is she by herself? Poor thing, she's new." But then I didn't realize you got sworn in July. It's just time, you know. My theory on 2020 is that while it has gone so slow, it has been so fast. I can't really explain that, but time has gone incredibly fast, and it's escaped us in 2020. But I was really surprised to see you on your own. You were great. But that was me, if you were wondering who was possibly like, I did a turn and I was like, is that her by herself? And then I did another turn and I realized it was you. And I remember I called the manager the next day and I was like, wow, she's by herself already. And she says, yeah, she's good to go. And then the chief shared that it was part of the FTO program that they do. So again, congratulations. And I always say to the police officers, you know, you're already a hero by wearing the uniform. No need to be an extra hero out there. So always be safe. Always be safe.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I mean, I have a 6-year-old son and I have 8 years of prior law enforcement experience. My entire family is law enforcement. So this is all I know. And I hope to bring everything that I know and everything I love about this job to the village, to do it to my abilities, and whatever any of you need, I am here to serve you guys.
Again, welcome. And thank you for your patience, as I almost overlooked you again. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry about earlier. It's just that my phone had died and I was like, oh, great. How do I get back in here? You know, and then I got back in here and I didn't know exactly how to work this because I'm doing it through my phone because I'm currently, I'm not home. So, you know, if I have my laptop, but I'm doing it through my iPhone and at least I'm also.
It's all understandable. I have a theory. I have a theory with COVID-19 is that for all of us who are non-millennials, clearly you are, I'm not, we've gotten savvy with computers. So that's been the silver lining with COVID-19. Us older people have had to get very savvy with all this crazy technology. So.
No, even there, I was like, wait, hold on. How do I do this? Okay, I got to unmute, press start, allow access. So, but again, thank you everyone for the warm welcome. I love the village, and again, I'm just very happy to be here.
Great.
May I just say one other thing too about Officer Poveda? I mean, she's been a breath of fresh air in the office. Not to say it's not fresh in there already, it is, but just that it's great to have a very energized and enthusiastic new officer amongst the ranks. And I've had an opportunity to speak with her on a few different occasions, and I think she's going to be a fantastic asset to the village. She starts tomorrow in her new role as full-time police officer. So we're really excited to have her and welcome. And, you know, I'm just echoing the sentiment that everyone states here, that we're really excited to have a new female officer and just to have a new officer amongst the ranks. So welcome, welcome.
Thanks, ma'am. I really appreciate that. Trust me. This is me all the time. Energized, happy all the time. So I feel the same way. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Manager.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right. Thank you for reminding me about that. So now we're going to go into ordinance 2020-14. Yes, right. Yes. Second reading, base code amendments. If I can please have the attorney read the title into the record.
On share the screen, I lost my controls a second there. I found them again. An ordinance of the mayor and village council of the village of El Portal, Florida, amending portions of chapter 24, appendix B of the El Portal form-based code, section 24-B.15, article 10, definition of terms, section 24-21, signs, section 24-B.17, zone 5Z5, urban center G, special regulations. 3, medical marijuana treatment centers, medical marijuana dispensaries. Article 4, Table 1, minimum off-street parking requirements. Article 3, general regulations, section 24-17, parking and on-site traffic, section 24-B15, zone 3Z3, section 24-B17, zone 5Z5, urban center, section 24-B17, zone 5Z5, urban center. Article 4, Table 1, minimum off-street parking requirements, providing for inclusion in the Village of El Portal, Florida Code of Ordinances, providing that the village officials are authorized to take action, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Alrighty, thank you. So to Juan, if you can go ahead and bring us up to speed. I know this is a second reading, but just refresh all of our minds on this as well as on the community.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, thank you. This is second reading for amendments to the code. As you know, the code is always evolving as well, trying to keep up with the changes in the village. And also, you know, while we work with a code, just like any tool, it needs to be sharpened. We find typos and we correct them. Most municipalities do this on a regular basis. Every council, every P&Z meeting has 1 or 2 amendments. What we've done is we've condensed them, and we typically do this once a year. So there's a few here that have been brought to you. The first one that you will see here, this was brought to you in July, so you might not remember if you want to go through them very quickly. The first one was distinction between active and passive open spaces. This came because of an application. We felt that it was necessary to make that distinction. Then we also are taking out the references from the old code to RSF, which was the residential single family, and the RO, the residential office. That has been taken out already in the code, and it's the reference to it doesn't pair up with the form-based code anyway. So that's zone 3 and zone 4, and zone 5 for B1 district. Finally, again, we were missing a word here, which was meant to be, it was straight line instead of straight between. So again, a typo there. We've also made a slight modification to the parking to extend it an extra half a foot to stay with standards for parking, and that's a standard dimension, 8.5 by 18.5. And then finally, you'll see here that it says paved. I'm also going to bring up to your attention that in your ordinance that you have and was submitted to you, sorry, I'm going to bring it up here. During first reading, we also added the word permeable. So even though I'm showing this from our staff report, what you have in front of you says permeable paved parking areas in Z3. Again, in pairing up also with the guidelines, which are also they're also showing permeable material for stormwater, etc. And then finally, we have again, these are parking standards, and again a typo under parking requirements here. These are the main issues that we found in this last few months. I'm sure there will be more to come. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Juan. Any questions or comments from the council? I definitely wanted to open up for the second reading to the public. Any questions from the council first? Alrighty, see none. Let me go ahead and open it up for the attendees. Anybody in the attendees have a question on this particular agenda item? Okay, seeing none, going once, twice. Okay, let's go back to the council. Any questions from Juan or the manager or anybody else on the dais? Seeing none. Okay, Is there a motion to adopt the second reading of ordinance 2020-14 base code amendments?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2020-14 base code amendments, second reading.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban to adopt 2020-14. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Mayor.
There's a second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. We have a motion by Councilperson Urban to adopt ordinance 2020-14, second reading on the base code amendments, and it's second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabillos.
Yes.
The item is adopted on second reading, 5-0.
All right, good job. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Juan. And to the administration, thank you, thank you. I-4 ordinance 2020-15, that's a first reading of the comprehensive plan. If I can please have the attorney read the title into the record.
An ordinance of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, adopting the evaluation and appraisal-based amendments to the El Portal Comprehensive Plan. The amendments are to the goals, objectives, and policies for the following comprehensive plan elements: future land use, transportation, housing, recreation and open space, coastal management, conservation infrastructure, capital improvements, intergovernmental coordination, educational facilities, and including new health, community design, and resilience elements, authorizing transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for review, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Norman. Juan, want to bring us up to speed to the community as well as to the council?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. This is a first reading for the comprehensive plan that is being presented to you after significant amount of outreach. I'd like to make mention of the next steps that we have in front of us. And if you humor me, there is a reason why I want to do that. We are currently right here, present draft of amendments to the Village Council after having done the planning and zoning and also a number of workshops. The next step will be to transmit the proposed amendments to the state land planning agency within 10 days, and then they will have 60 days to review. Upon which we will receive those comments from state, and we will have 180 days to respond to them. I mentioned this on purpose before I explain anything else, because we had a really good meeting with the Resilience and Sustainability Task Force last week. And again, unfortunately, and which is we feel is extremely important. And unfortunately, we did not, well, unfortunately, it's not unfortunate, is that we did not want to rush the comments that the task force had for us. And for that reason, we feel that we feel comfortable transmitting the amendments as they are before we make any modifications based on the task force recommendations. And then we can have that discussion on those amendments with state. And so the amendments of the comprehensive plan, together with the changes from state and those changes and those comments from the task force, will be presented to you on second reading, everything together. So it will make a lot more sense to us, and it will also give us a more of a chance, instead of the 4 days that we've had since the task force meeting, to really address those comments of sustainability properly and with due time. And
Thank you. That definitely makes sense. Any questions or comments from the council?
My only question is, assuming this would pass tonight, that initial 60-day to receive from the State Land Planning Agency, when do we anticipate day one would be?
So we have 10 days to submit to them, and then they have 60 days to reply to us.
Okay, it's not that they're going to reply to us in 60 days, it's that they have 60 days to reply to us?
That's correct.
Okay.
And to add to his question or comment, and 60 days upon when you're sending them and they receive it.
Yes. We will get a receipt notice. If it makes the council more comfortable, I can read the 8 points that we heard from the task force, so that you know what we are aware of that we need to work on while they're looking at it. Again, because I feel that it's important. The sustainability of the village is important, and there's already problems in the village with regards to sea level rise and stormwater and whatnot. So I can submit it to you. They did not make it in your packet, again, because your packet had already gone out before we had that meeting with the task force. But we don't want to dismiss it either, of course.
Does the council want to hear the 8 points from the task force?
I don't think it would hurt for the residents to hear what they are just quickly.
All right, we all good with that? Go ahead, Juan.
Okay, for clarification, the task force is made out of residents. We've compacted everything, all the comments from the task force and residents. I know that some of the task force members wanted to make sure that it was, some of their comments were referred to us as residents, not necessarily task force. So here's a compilation. We have to tighten the language to specify that commercial uses are for Z4 and Z5. And protect the character, the residential character of the village. That was, I believe, something that we also saw in the charrette. The language was, I don't think it was ambiguous, but it wouldn't hurt to tighten that language up to make sure that we retain and protect that residential character of the Z3. We also have to make sure that we are clear about when the comprehensive plan talks about densifying, we're talking about within the confines of the code. We're not trying to densify further than what the code already allows, the zoning code, that is. We need to look at a policy for natural disaster impacts. That was something that came out of the task force. We think that we can put together a good policy for that, especially considering the waterfront elements of the comprehensive plan. Include a policy on sustainability and carbon emissions. We'll take a look at how that can be done and potentially look at how over time that can be measured. We need to strengthen the transportation element. And I know that there are some efforts already with the TPO to bring some public transportation into the village. There's also the TPO Northeast Corridor that's happening as well. So addressing those as part of the comprehensive plan is important. And that also is related to sustainability, of course. And then finally, strengthen the language I have here, strengthen the language related to coastal management to see if we can include the village as a coastal municipality, in which case we might be able to use the comprehensive plan to support funding for resilient elements in the future if the need arises. And then there's some reference to adaptation guidelines as well that we can include in the comprehensive plan. These are broad strokes, but just to make you all aware that that's some of the items that we heard and that we feel are important to make modifications to the comprehensive plan. And thanks to the task force for having us present and hearing their comments.
Thank you, Juan. Great comments that were added. Any questions from the council to Juan?
Well, I do. I'm sorry if I may, Madam Mayor. If you touched something about the emission of
carbon
emission, and can you read that again, please?
The language is our notes, so this is not specific language.
Right.
There.
No, but it's because it's cynical to me that we have the opportunity with waste management to use trucks that are actually we're in carbon emission, greenhouse carbon emission or something like that, and we didn't go for that because it was they were a little more expensive than the new one that we got. So we have to be in this, we all have to be on the same page and pay attention to this. And I said it twice, and it's now this contradicts with what we just the village went for. So just have to be mindful of what we're going for. Not pretending to you, Juan. Yeah, I'm just saying, because, yeah.
Of course, I do have a hybrid, but I think that, no, and like Camila always reminds me, going green is expensive, right? But that does not mean that we cannot have it as a goal. And that's what the comprehensive plan is. It's goals and objectives. We can be as specific. We can say the village will, go green within the next 5 years, and we can actually measure that, right? In 5 years, we see where we're at. Or we can be more generic and give ourselves a little bit more room. It really depends on the will of the council, the will of the village.
And I'm sorry, the other comment I have is with policy 2.1.2.7, which is the school. I mean, we just went through this school situation, and a lot of residents not wanting school in that area, even though, and in that point, it actually says residential single family land use category. So I think that should be, eliminated, because it's like, it doesn't fall in the, like we had it a little, and we also have it in another policy, which is the 2.1.21, which it also talks about what's allowed in zone in zoning. I guess it's zone 5, which is not along the busy street, Northeast 2nd or Avenue, about the land use and offices, small scale retails and civic, and it also has educational. So I don't think that's what we were going for, and I think those I don't know, there was a lot of discussions about this, and I don't think the school will add any type of value to the village, so as far as property values and stuff like that. So I think we should get away from that educational or school being part of the future land use. I mean, in a bigger scale.
And if it's the will of the council, we can make that modification before sending to state, or we can make that modification after we send to state this draft. It's really up to you. That doesn't really make a much difference for us, other than having to make that amendment. Are you therefore recommending that we take the educational uses also from Z4, or just Z3? Because I understand Z3, although it's only a conditional use and by exception.
Right. It says amend policy 1.2.1 number 4 and number 1.2.7.
Again, if it's the will of the council, we can make this modification as a condition for approval. In other words,
comments. Sorry, Juan. Any other? I heard what Councilperson Perrella has said. Does any other member of the council have any comments on that?
I'll just say to Council Person Perella's first point, realize that every other Wednesday there's one less truck on the road now, with having the 2 services both under coastal, and then the clean air is certainly a significant issue, but if the clean air comes at the cost of groundwater, for example, nuclear energy is the best example of this. nuclear energy loves to let us all know that they zero carbon emissions. But my children at least will all get to find out how to dismantle a nuclear power plant when it expends its useful life. And so the future generations are going to get to experience that. So similarly with natural gas and the way that it's acquired, I'm sure that all by itself will ignite a wonderful discussion between residents over what would be the best path to take. And similarly to that, in terms of what the best path to take is, the timeline we're looking at is 60 days to get response from the state. And then that 180 days, assuming they went all the way out to their full 60 days to get that to us, we're looking at a deadline of late June to put ordinances in place. And so, or put, change code. And so that gives us essentially 3 rounds of committee meetings and about 6 general council meetings to hash out those details. And so that's not to say that I don't agree with Council Person Perella's concerns regarding, are we sticking to our main goals and objectives, wholeheartedly throughout and consistently. So that certainly is a very valid point.
Thank you, Councilperson Erba. Any other comments from the council on what Councilperson Perella has suggested or commented? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and open up for public comments, and then I'll come back to the council and ask if there is a motion to consider. Anybody in the public has a comment or question on this agenda item? We are currently on I-4, Ordinance 2020-15, first reading of the comp plan. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments. Open it up back to the council. Is there a motion to accept the comp plan on first reading?
And so, I'm sorry, are we making a motion to make it as it is, or can I make a motion to strike policy 1.2.7 and also, and 1.2.1 about educational use?
Are you bringing it up, Juan?
Yes, Madam Mayor. 1.2.7, we would strike this. Can you see it?
Sorry.
We would strike this. Is that your motion, Councilperson Perella?
Yes.
Okay, let me.
And policy 1.2.7, that is in Z3. Or Z4?
That's a general policy. Schools shall be allowed in residential. The RSF is zone 3, but we're striking it out.
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry, Councilperson Perella, you had another one?
Yeah, on 1. Yeah, that's 4, amendment for policy 1.2.1, first one, right there. The civic use, civic and educational use. Well, civic is fine. Civic is, I would say, I will go more with educational use. And again, that's based on what, it was discussed in length with a lot of residents. I don't think it's something that the village really wants, so.
Understood.
Okay. So is that motion now looking for a second?
I guess, yes.
Okay. So we've got 6 to 8 months. I'm sure it's going to be discussed twice a month throughout that entire time. So I'll second Councilperson Perella's motion to adopt with the 2 additional strikeouts just illustrated.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Perella to strike out 1.2.7, and then it's 1.2.1. The term civic and education, and then it's second by Councilperson Urba.
Not civic, just educational.
Just education, okay, just education. So there's a motion. I just have a question and a point of disclosure, and my question is to the attorney. When we changed the comp plan back when to increase the density in Northeast 2nd Avenue, I disclosed that I own a business on Northeast 2nd Avenue, and it is education. So having said that, do you think I should recuse myself from this vote? Because
not unless you feel that based upon your business being located in that particular district, it's going to influence your decision making. So to the extent that it doesn't, you don't have to recuse yourself. I mean, just most every ordinance that you preside over in some way tangibly affects everyone on the council, and including businesses in the village. We just changed the had a first reading for the comprehensive plan, so it doesn't matter as long as you feel like you can vote without affecting your decision making ethically. In other words, if you feel like if you feel like voting on this is going to in some way directly benefit you, and you feel like you cannot ethically vote on it, then you can recuse yourself and step off the dais while the other members of the council vote on the item.
Yeah, even if they're going to because although this is for future development, I would think that this directly impacts me on a personal note and in a business.
Right. But does that fact affect your decision making for the overall benefit of the village? That's the determinative focus of your decision making.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second. And for purposes of this discussion, I do believe I'm going to recuse myself, but I want to open up for public comments. And then I'll go back, and Vice Mayor Nickerson, if you can go ahead and ask for further discussion, and then and you all can take a vote. Again, I know this is talking about this would be future development, and I would believe that my business would then be grandfathered in, but either way. Having said that, let's go ahead and open up a public comments, because I see
Mayor Cabellas, before you go forth, I just want to state on the record that I will take you the form for recusing yourself on tomorrow so that you can fill it out and get it in.
Okay, perfect. Let's open it for public comments. We have the Zamora family hands been raised a few times. Sorry that I have missed that.
Good evening. My name is Monique Freitas. I'm at 8670 Northeast 1st Avenue, and I just had a comment regarding the changes to the policy 1.2.1 regarding eliminating the educational use. I just wanted to make a comment that even though we don't anticipate that this pandemic will last much longer, I do believe that the educational landscape will probably change in the future. And I think it might be a little short-sighted of us as a village to eliminate educational use, because that would also eliminate the opportunity for whether it be a tutoring center to be open along Northeast 2nd Avenue, or even other types of educational uses that would not include necessarily a standard school model. So I just would like for you guys to take that into consideration, because educational is a very general term, and there's a variety of business models that would still be considered educational. And like I said, we obviously want to encourage as large of a variety of use as possible. So that is the only comment I had.
Can we bring, thank you very much. Can we bring over Mr. Gladwin, please? Mr. Gladwin, just go ahead when you're ready. Say your name and address for the record, please. Mr. Gladwin? Mr. Gladwin, we can't hear you. I don't know if your audio, maybe it doesn't look like you're muted. Maybe your audio isn't connected.
Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. Gladwin, 400 Northeast 85th Street. I'm sorry. I was, I completely agree with the previous speaker. It seems to me strange that you would be singling out educational operations which don't disrupt things, and yet the village freely allows, you know, a huge number of B&Bs and things like that that often do disrupt such things. So it just seems strange to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gladwin. I don't see any other hands. Is there anybody else from the attendees? Can we please bring over Ms. Valencia, please? State your name and address for the record. Valencia. I don't see her. Is she still there?
I don't see her on attendees or the panelists.
It might have dropped. It might have dropped her. Ms. Valencia, see if you can come back on really quickly. Until she's able to come back on, you guys, I'm going to turn it back to the council real quick. When she comes back on, we'll turn it back over to her. She can get back on. Let me just say this before I kind of like, as soon as I saw that Councilperson Perrella, I understand, I think where your sentiment is coming from. I just disagree with taking that out. I think that, and I understand, like, for example, the mayor's school would be grandfathered in, right? But I think schools and education is a big part of the reason, and could be a very big part of the reason in the future why people want to move to El Portal. You know, so a lot of times school is a major reason why people pick certain communities and things like that. I just don't think we should altogether shut the door on that. And also, I think when it was a very good point as far as, you know, we don't know what's going to happen with COVID-19. We don't know if it's going to, you know, increase again, and, you know, schools are going to close down and people are going to go more to homeschooling and things like that. I just think we need to keep our options open and not shut ourselves down when it comes to that with education. So I would be against passing this first reading of the comprehensive plan with those changes. Maybe, you know, because this is the first reading, there will be a second reading. Maybe in between now and the second reading, you know, I can kind of look into it a little deeper and just kind of see, you know, how the wording is and how that will affect in detail our community. But right now, I would be against voting this through with those two changes. That's my opinion.
Yes, that's one of the clarifications has to be made then, because looking at it that way, like the way Mrs. Zamora or Freitas said, educational is a, you know, very it actually extends to a lot. And within the mixed use, if you have a like institution there that, that is no more than 50 students or stuff like that, I'm not against that, if that involves what education means. But what I mean is not a fully school, school operating school, like, with what was considering with Cristo Rey, about 200 students or 500 students or still stuff like that. So I wouldn't have a problem if we rephrase that educational and not being certain, with certain capacity and within like the mixed use, that they can rent, in that area. It's something for education and, within certain, but not what I meant was like not definitely that 1.2.7, which it talks about, school. I'm against that 100%, and especially being that if I'm reading correctly, it allows within the residential family residential land use category, so that should not be there.
Let me see if I see Ms. Melissa back. Before I do that, Juan, go ahead, and then we'll bring in Ms. Melissa.
Yes, I'd like to clarify something. And number one, these are policies, these are not regulations. We can always tighten the code. And then that's where with the zoning code, we can say, educational uses with no more than X students, customers, however we want to call them. The other thing that I'd like to bring to your attention, to the council's attention, is the way that this reads. And it reads, through the zoning process, the village shall encourage mixed use, walkable, development along Northeast 2nd, period, by encouraging a variety of uses. And then it lists the uses. But the intent of this policy, again, is to create a walkable development along 2nd Avenue, a mixed use, encourage a mixed use walkable environment. If we can keep educational, then we can, if it's the will of the council, we can then restrict it through the zoning code. But if you don't include it here, we definitely have to take it out of the zoning code. If you include it here, we can restrict it and we can mold it within the zoning code. But again, these are big policies, right? These are big ideas, big vision. It's through the zoning code that we need to be more surgical. So I'd rather be more generous in this code, rather in this comprehensive plan, so that then we have our the ability to maneuver within the zoning code.
Everybody should always remember that the comp plan is our large vision overall. The code is where we start to regulate things, code, okay? So the comp plan is like our vision of what we want to see, the walkable community, maybe there's a nice little school there or a tutor center there or whatever. That's the comp plan. The code is where we start to chip away at the regulations that we want. So think about comp plan, big idea. The code is where we get down to the details and start to chip away at that. So just always think about it like that, you guys. Ms. Valencia, I saw that you were there. If you want to say your name and address for the record, and then go ahead.
Yes, hi. I was lucky enough to have actually technical issues and got back online, and then I heard just, now what Juan said, and I'm sorry, just for the record, Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast Miami Court. But thank God, actually, I just got back online and just heard what Juan said, because somehow I understand where Councilperson Perella is coming from. I do understand his concern. But I also, I'm in real agreement with what one of the residents, the female, I can't remember her name, but I was in total agreement with her in terms of, we don't know how the educational, environment is looking like in a couple of years or in a few years in the future. We don't know. And, the education realm and the education environment is changing too. So we might not end up with a high school of 1,000 or 800 or 200 or whatnot students, but a place where it can actually go and tutor during the day in different shifts or whatnot, so we won't have the population, a high population of students or traffic coming through. But also I want to bring to you guys, I am a mother of a 10-year-old, and she's a 5th grader. And one of the things I knew when I bought my house, that was way before my daughter was born. I knew that buying my house in El Portal will, the only issue that I will have was that there was not an education, in my opinion, obviously is actually very personal. Education for our kids is a choice, very personal choice. But for me, the district was really bad. It was my perception, you know? So I knew that somehow I was going to need to find somewhere else a good school for my daughter. And that is a detriment, in my opinion, for the future, for the value of our properties. So I believe in many, many states, different states like Texas, let's say, when you have a A-plus school, public school, the surrounding area and the surrounding properties are extremely valuable for families. And that is something that we need to think about in the future. Probably not right now, but now knowing and understanding a little bit, because when Juan actually explained that to us, this is policy, it's not code. And knowing that with the building code, we can actually restrict the amount of students or the amount of traffic that we need in that area, specifically, you know, the big sanctuary we have, or in the future another school somewhere else. I don't know if we have enough land. I don't think we do. But anyways, I believe that we should actually leave it in the policy, and then we can restrict it on the code. So thank you, Juan, for giving us, you know, the chance to understand a little bit better, especially us residents that we don't understand. But I just wanted to bring up the attention that seriously for money value in property, it is important to have good schools around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melissa. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else from the attendees that has anything to say about this particular item? Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands. You guys, we do have to vote on the motion that is on here. I will ask if you guys have anything to say before we take a vote, because we do have the motion and the second. So that vote has to go through on passing this with the changes that Councilperson Perillo wanted. I don't believe in that we should have that with those changes, but we do.
Okay, if I may, can I amend that motion and not striking education from 1.21?
Yes, Mr. Attorney, as far as him amending the motion.
Excuse me, go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Councilperson Perillo, you could just simply withdraw the motion and just make another one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so withdrawing the motion to amend, or I'm sorry, to strike educational from policy 1.21, and making a motion to strike policy 1.27, the schools from the residential family area land use.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion now for ordinance 2020-15, the first reading of the comp plan as is?
So it's a motion to approve with the striking of 1.2.7.
No, we're not striking 1.2.1 or 1.2.7.
No, that motion was to
that motion.
make it a
Yeah,
motion.
that motion was strictly on the striking of those two policies. You don't have a motion on the total comp plan yet.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking for now. So may I please have a motion to pass ordinance 2020-15 first reading comprehensive plan as is?
A motion.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilperson Roman. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilperson Erbaum. Do I have any more discussion from anybody on the council? None. And no more discussion from anybody in the attendees? Not seeing any hands. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
And the mayor is recused on it vote. The item passes 4-0.
Very much. Mayor Cabillo should be coming.
Okay.
Very much, Monica Miller. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Camila. Thank you, Proservia. All righty, we're in, okay, so I am going to, are we in, we're in reports now, right? Yes, okay. I don't have a report. I will be at the November council meeting briefly in the beginning to open up the meeting, and then the a gentleman will get sworn in. I'll give a brief report and my farewell then. Other than that, I don't have anything to say. Just 2 points. Friday is our unveiling of our Little Free Library. If you all can make it, just please wear face coverings. It's going to be in front of the Village Hall or at the side of the Village Hall. That is going to be at 4 o'clock. I've been working with the manager, and the manager we're working with Angel and the artist to ensure that it all comes to fruition. It's incredibly beautiful. I think it's going to be a nice little addition to have an upgraded structure and design. So I do invite you all to be there. And of course, please wear face coverings, and we'll practice social distancing. It'll be very brief and very small in nature. The State of the Village, as I've mentioned to you all, it's been pre-recorded. There'll be Full Moon will send out a webinar. So it's going to come out Thursday at 7 o'clock. So that pretty much also just wraps up my tenure here. So that State of the Village will be pre-recorded, and it'll be broadcasted Thursday at 7. And I'll be working with the manager and the clerk and Full Moon to be able to go ahead and broadcast it through YouTube as you would do a town hall. So that'll be Thursday at 7 o'clock. And the last thing I'd like to say is, let's see what else. Thank you all for a great meeting. I think we've had a fantastic meeting tonight. I think all the work that has come through is really the work that we've all done together. And I think you all did a great job with some of the things that came in the comprehensive plan, as well as the base code amendments. So definitely setting the foundation for even better things for you all to do in the future. And then lastly, let's see. I think that's, hold on, I had another point I wanted to make. No, if it comes to me, at the end, if you all would, no, I'll say it during at the end of Good and Welfare. If I think I had one more point that for some reason I thought I had written down and I don't see it. I'll go ahead and I'll say it in the end. But again, just a reminder, the State of Village will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It's pre-recorded. So it's a little different than it has been in the past due to COVID-19. And then the Little Library is going to be Friday at 4 o'clock in front of the Village Hall, and bring your kids and family, and it's going to be a small event, and just wear face covering. And we'll practice all the other COVID-19 guidelines that we must put into effect. Having said that, let's go ahead and move over to our manager's report. Cristia Alou.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep mine very brief as well, as I'm still preparing it. We're very busy, of course. This month has been, full on, just like September was. But just know we've been really focused on the CARES Act reimbursements, preparing all the documentation and everything that's necessary for getting those reimbursements for those expenses that we've garnered since March. We're also, I am attending trainings and participating with other municipalities, even other states through Florida League of Cities and other managers associations to discuss flooding, urban flooding. And I've been working with the some of the members of the the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force, as well as the Little River Conservancy about updating the village's LMS submission. Our deadline is the 31st. I'm going to have the submission ready by Friday, but after this meeting, my priority is really amplifying the LMS submittal for the village of El Portal. For moving forward, we really want to include some of those resiliency and sustainable items that we've always been discussing. I'm also trying to wrap some things up with our CDBG funding that we received about that is related to road work, and we're having to kind of rework some items considering we have not finalized those design plans with the septic sewer project on the west side. So we're getting some new ideas on how we can utilize our funding, and I'll be bringing those forward to you once we have a more understanding. We're doing another site visit with our engineers, Craig A. Smith, as well as CAP government over the next few days. So I'll have something to present to you for that, as well as for stormwater. And also for the CITT, we have people here today who are going to talk to you about how we're addressing the resiliency and sustainability needs for the village, and in at least minimizing some of our carbon emission, and bringing some kind of public transportation, or more public transportation to the village of El Portal through the Circulator pilot program. We receive funds from FDOT, and we have certain things that have to be done by a date certain, by December 1st, for me to get that funding and the contract with FDOT. So that will be before the council in a moment with the members of the CITT and TPO here to present about the Circulator program that could be provided through Freebie. And I'm very happy to say we got through, well, let me just keep on my comments very short on this, but we've managed to get through a hurricane season without too much happening, minus the May flooding. But we have been so mobilized through our emergency management team, but through our police chief, who's been really key in the communication with our Little River Conservancy members, Mr. Hugh Gladwin, and his website updates, and just the communication chain for flooding has really been amazing, and we're just kind of getting started. So we're excited about making some changes for our emergency response, and just really including that communication with residents, so that people just get more information, and we're better able to respond quickly. So luckily we haven't had any major incidents, but we've been keeping our eye on it and communicating throughout the hurricane season. So that's been fantastic. I am also presently interviewing applicants for the position of building clerk. That position has been filled temporarily by CAP government, and we're happy to have them, but we want to get our full-time person there to assist us, and just to be a municipal employee as opposed to a temp. So I'm conducting those interviews and hope to be making a selection by early next week, and have some very good candidates out here. And I'm sure that's due in large part to what's happening, nationally with coronavirus and people being furloughed and laid off and that. So we do have some very good viable candidates, and we're excited to see what comes from that. So I will keep you informed, over the next few days and weeks as to some of these items and more. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Manager. I remember there's 2 points that I forgot. The one point I want to remember is I sent an email to everybody with regards to having an interview with the 2 candidates for County Commission, but they had to reschedule, and it's for this Friday. So I didn't want you to think all forgotten. For those of you that send me questions, I will make sure that I'll send the answers to the clerk, but it didn't happen. It's going to happen this Friday. So my apologies. That's why I didn't get back to you. That was one of the points I wanted to add on that. Okay. So if you have any questions for the candidates, which is Mrs. Giuseppe Metellus, I believe. I apologize if I misspoke her last name.
Gypsy Metellus.
Okay. And then Commissioner Hardeman. So those are the 2 that we're going to interview on Friday. Even though election is all month, but election day is next week. Having said that, next week, the next report we have is our interim attorney, Norman Powell. Would you like to say anything? Do you report?
No, I have no report. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, perfect. We're going to go to unfinished business and general orders. We have the RFP recommendation tree purchase for Neat Streets. Our village manager will brief us on that.
Yes, I will. If you do recall, a few months ago, we, Robert Ruano and I presented the Neat Streets tree planting matching grant to the council for approval, and some members of the community as well as the council were concerned about pricing of the trees. So we were asked to maybe do an RFP to find some better pricing. Mr. Ruano conducted the RFP and provided the recommendations. I will ask that he come in to kind of talk about that and answer any questions you may have about the RFP. This is a continuation of the Neat Streets grant, but I wanted everyone to be aware and just have some knowledge and input about what has come from your suggestion about finding better pricing for the trees. Robert, are you on?
Can you please let Robert Ruano in? My apologies.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Manager. So on September 23rd, based on the grant, we applied for a grant for 37 trees to be planted within the village just east of Horseman Middle School. We were awarded a grant for from Neat Streets Miami for $19,940. We put out a request for quotes on September 23rd to 6 companies, which is in your packet today. We received quotes back from 2. The lowest quote, coincidentally, is from a company called Tip Top Landscaping for $18,643. So $1,297 less than what we expected, what we projected in the grant. So we're going to spend a little bit less money. And remember, it's 50-50. So we'll spend almost a little over 9,000. They'll spend 9,000. The county will. So we put out this request for quote. We got 2 quotes. Tip Top Landscaping is actually coincidentally the company that did the planting for the village back in 2017, right before the village manager started with you. So there were 2 plantings in 2017. I believe one was in July and one was in August, for a total of, I believe, and I'm sorry, I should have checked the total amount, but I think it was a total of like about 80 trees or so. Actually, their trees, out of all the trees that were planted after the storm went through, only one of the trees was actually bent over. All the trees were standing up straight. They were perfectly staked. And then this was just coincidentally. We sent out, like I said, we sent out to 6 companies. We received 2 quotes. I went back and forth with the other company that is listed there, but ultimately they had a smaller quote initially, but they weren't taking into consideration the 3 months of watering that is required. So it's not just providing and planting the trees, but it's watering for the 3 months initial phase and also guaranteeing each tree for 1 year within date of planting, okay? So these are the quotes that you have. I'm recommending Tip Top Landscaping, and they are ready to go. Once we give them the order, they can be on site, I think, within 4 to 5 days and be completed in 20 days, which is important. That's all I have.
Thank you, Robert. Questions from the council to the manager and or Robert Ruano? Councilperson Urban?
Yeah, I just want to say that, Mr. Rana, you answered all the questions I had. Thank you. I looked into both companies just to see if there was any significant difference between the 2 of them. Yeah, I really found them to be kind of neck and neck in terms of what kind of service they could provide. And so literally every question I had, you just answered. So thank you very much for the work with this, Madam Manager, you as well. And I think this is going to be good.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I have a question if I may. Yes. Do we have to, plant all these 30-something trees, or can we limit this time to something less? Do we have to spend the full $9,000 for them to give us the night? Because I know it's a match grant, but let's say if we do $5,000, that's all we get, 5,000. So it would be 10. Now, the other question is the size of the trees, because it says, no less than 12 feet and 2 inches of. Now, how many gallons is that, Mr. Ruano? How many gallons on a tree? Like, I've seen.
I believe, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. Okay, so your first question. Can we spend less? Not typically. We could go back to them and say, can we spend less? We've agreed to, remember, part of this is a two-step process. We agreed to the grant already. We executed the agreement with the amounts that they talked about, which had a deliverable. So they're not really concerned that we spend less. We can spend less. We just can't. Our deliverables are based on 37 trees, okay, in certain locations. So as long as we plant that, we're in agreement with our contract. So the answer is we can spend less, but we have to plant 37 trees.
Okay. And the size, it's the size of it, is it on a 25 gallon?
Don't quote me, I apologize. I've been planting trees for almost 20 years now, but I'm not an arborist. So I believe they're 10 to 25, so there's two different sizes. So we picked two different sizes. The crepe myrtles are the ones that are underneath the power lines, and they're smaller trees, and so they're typically 8 to 10 feet when they come in the site. The other ones are 12 or larger trees. I think they're about, the larger ones might be 25, the smaller ones might be 10. And I may be wrong, I apologize. I look at a more of diameter, breast height, and height.
Which is 2 inches, right? Right.
Huh?
Which is 2 inches, the diameter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, the reason I'm asking I'm asking you is because I like to, actually, that's one of my things, going out and buy plants and stuff like that. So, and I've been in a few nurseries, and there's one in Griffin in Broward, and which is a large nursery. And I saw their plants, for example, the Jumbo Limbo, their 25 gallons is $175, not 300 and something. Their olive, their oak trees on a 25 gallons is $200, not 512. So, so I don't know. It's like.
Well, can I explain? Okay, there's a couple of things. First of all, and you'll see it in some of the older plantings that you'll see around the county. Miami-Dade, the city of Miami, for example, used to do this. So you can have trees that are the same size, okay, but are not the same quality, okay? Because remember, there's also Florida Grade 1, which is a particular grade that an arborist will determine the tree based on whether it has a single trunk to a certain size, whether it's not going to split out. If the tree, for example, has a trunk that's smaller, lower down, and they could be the same size tree, but with two lateral kind of branches, it's a chance that that tree will split at one point, and it won't be a good street tree, okay? So that's one thing, is the grade. So they all have to be Florida Grade 1, which wasn't something that was necessarily required probably 10 to 15 years ago. So you'll see some street trees, and you see at 4 feet high that they'll be splitting off to one side. We don't plant that anymore. They have to be that trunk can't branch out after 6 feet, because that tree has a better chance of survival. They are not only buying the tree, but they are getting the tree. Before they even get the tree, they have to call 811 locations. So all the locations we provide, and they have to call 811 and check clearances to make sure that there's no power lines, there's no utilities, there's no gas lines underneath where they're going to plant. And if there is an issue, they might come back to us and say, you know what, over here we're not going to plant an oak, we're going to plant a smaller tree, because the the roots aren't going to affect this line for some reason, and we don't have to go so steep, whatever. So they're going to look at that first. Then they're going to go to the nursery and they're going to pick out the trees. So they have to pick out 37 Florida grade 1 trees. Most of them have to be a certain height. They have to be a certain quality because the state will actually be there. I'm planning for the state to be there on the day that they're planting so that they can look at the quality of our trees. If the trees aren't, and we've done this before, the trees aren't high quality, we don't want them because they're going to break in a storm, they're going to fall over, that kind of thing. And then they're going to bring them to the site the day of the planting. They're going to coordinate. It's usually a 2-day site. And they're going to plant, they're going to dig all the holes, they're going to plant them, and then they're going to come back. They're going to come back the next day. They're going to come back at least 3 times a week for 3 months to plant them. If any of those trees within that year that we plant them, a storm comes, whatever, somebody runs into them, they fall over or whatever, I call them. Usually we can use Public Works, but if there's a storm, whatever, we like the tree, or if a tree dies, they will replace it. So it's not just, you can't, I understand what you're saying, and I could go out and we could all go out and put trees in our house that are a lot cheaper, but this is not just buying a tree. This is getting a whole service that the city can't provide.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your explanation.
But thank you. Those are great questions, and I'm happy to answer them because, you know, you all are spending the money, so you should know this is what goes into it.
Thank you for the explanation, Robert. Councilperson Perla, does that answer your question?
Perfect. Yes.
Any other questions from the members of the council? Okay, seeing none, to the attorney and to the manager, you all need a motion for us to adopt this? Because I know it says discussion, or we're voting on this.
Well, I know, I'm not sure if we do, but I know that this is just an extension of the agreement that was already approved. And, you know, I think it's part of what was already approved.
Madam Manager, I apologize. I think we do need a motion to proceed so that I can tell them to proceed, the contractor.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think that the item was broadly noticed. I mean, this was already approved once we got the agreement, the MOU before. So, yeah, I just think that you can just make a motion to go ahead with the recommendation.
Is there a motion from the council to authorizing the manager to move forward with Robert Rano, and as well as the selection of the company that they have selected?
I'll make the motion for the manager to go ahead with Mr. Rano's recommendation of Tip Top for this project.
Perfect. Councilperson Urban has made a detailed motion. Is there a second?
Second the motion, Madam Mayor, for the tree purchase through Nice Streets.
Second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion? Any public comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have roll call?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilman Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes.
The item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, under K, we have K2.
Madam Mayor, is this your last meeting?
My last full meeting, yes.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think I've worked with you for about 5 years now when you were a council person. I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for the village. You've done a wonderful job, and just thank you for your leadership. Whatever, I hope to see you again elsewhere.
Robert, it's been, I think, 9 years that we've been working together. 'Cause you worked with Jason Walker, too.
Yeah.
I'm wrapping up 6 years as mayor and 12 on the council, so
wow.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
No, I thank you so much. It's been, you've done great for the village, and I hope you continue to do great work with the council and the manager. Thank you for caring for our trees so much. And hey, thank you for helping us. Listen, if there's one thing you can do, Robert, with the council, is can you really get that nature trail expansion done? Because you and I did that in 2015.
We'll talk about your friend. Another time.
There's a whole brand new principal there now. So
Oh, good.
there's a whole brand new principal now at Horace Mann. Now it's starting the relationship all over again, right? Really helped this council make that project happen. The 20,000 is still there, you know? It would really be nice to have that happen. Thank you with that. Thank you with all the grants that you've helped the village as well. And thank you for your knowledge, and it's great working with you.
It's not about me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks, Robert. Have a good evening. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Madam Manager, we have the El Portal Circulator contract discussion.
Yes, thank you. I have Ms. Lisa Colmenares and wait a minute. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong list here. The attendees, Elizabeth Rockwell and Lisa Colmenares. And if we could bring them in, please. They want to kind of talk about the pilot program, and I can discuss it more. I mentioned it in my manager's report, but just that this is a way for us to use some CITT funds that otherwise would be recaptured because we haven't used them. I mean, we just get a small amount, but it's accrued, and it's an opportunity for us to provide a service that our residents can utilize. It's a pilot for 1 year, and the ladies from the TPO are here. They can talk about this a little bit more. Lisa and Elizabeth, they've also provided a slide presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. And we also have Jason Spiegel, who's here. He's with Freebie. The reason the contract is before you for Freebie is that we don't have a transportation department, so we'd have to outsource that service to drive the circulator. So Freebie is here to discuss their service and what they're able to do for us so that we can provide the service. And these funds are all, you know, within our ability to spend through our CITT funds, and also from the FDOT grant, which is a matching grant. So I'll let Ms. Colmenares and Ms. Rockwell and Mr. Spiegel speak. Lisa, do you want to get us started?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And thank you so much, Ms. Alou. My name is Lisa Colmenares, and I know we have a very, very short PowerPoint presentation just so we can share some maps and show you what we have going on. And I'm here on behalf of our TPO Executive Director, who sends her apologies and couldn't be here today, but we will be here and walk you through this. So our SMART demonstration program is a plan to advance the SMART plan. And the SMART plan is an acronym for Strategic Miami Area Rapid Transit Plan, which is an expansion of mass transit. And that is in our long and short range transportation plans here in Miami-Dade County. Next slide, please. In June of 2018, our TPO Governing Board advanced a resolution to endorse the Strategic Miami Rapid Transit Demonstration projects. And these projects also identified a funding framework. So we work with all of our municipalities and partners, and we include federal, state, and also local funds, which are mainly with CITT funds. We advance first last mile solutions, which include fixed routes, on-demand responsive projects, and also new facilities such as park and ride. Next slide. The CITT also approved the use of funds for the SMART demonstration project. So we have been supported and very fortunate that these CITT funds are able to be used as a match for the SMART demonstration program of projects. Next slide. And this is a map that shows you our 6 SMART plan corridors. The Northeast corridor is the closest to you, is the dark blue. We have our North corridor, our East-West corridor, Kendall corridor, our Beach corridor, and our South Dade Transitway. And we are supported by our Bus Express Rapid Transit, and also the SMART demonstration program recognizes that we need to build that demand and also advance elements of the SMART plan, because this is a multi-year investment, and we want to make sure that we work with all of our partners to advance elements of this. We're also capturing a wide range of stakeholders and working very closely with all of our partners. As you know, the SMART plan is not only local, but also we have corridors like the Northeast Corridor that go all the way to Palm Beach County, and the South Bay Transitway that connects all the way with Monroe County. So we want to provide the best connectivity for all of our residents here in Miami-Dade County. Next slide. So for the Village of El Portal, we were able to get this project approved last year in June for a fiscal year 2021 funding with the state of Florida Department of Transportation through what we call a service development grant, 50% match, and the other 50% where we are using funding. It's a little bit less than 50% because the total cost is $113,562, and we're using $53,562 of our CITT funds, your CITT funds, and we are using $60,000 of TPO program priority funds, state funds that we prioritize. And in June 2019, that was prioritized by our TPO governing board. And now I'm going to have Jason explain to you a little bit about how the service will be configured to meet the needs of your residents. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name's Jason Spiegel. I'm one of the co-founders and managing partners at Freebie. And for you guys that are unfamiliar with our service, a quick introduction. Freebie is local. We operate a fleet of over 90 vehicles here, servicing more than 20 communities throughout South Florida. And primarily the majority of them are right here within Miami-Dade County. We provide very innovative solutions, and our expertise is in executing turnkey programs for our municipal partners who are really looking for ways to decrease car use, promote connectivity, and provide a better quality of life for its residents. Our specialty is in first and last mile transportation, including on-demand, door-to-door transportation through 100% electric vehicles. So all the programs that we operate are specifically custom tailored to the goals and objectives of each of our municipalities. So I'll work hand in hand with the manager and village staff in designing a solution that will best fit the community. And, you know, there's multiple options that we can look at. One of them being, you know, kind of an internal circulator that can be on demand, called through an app that can take you to and from anywhere you want to go within the village. You can designate outside designations if they need to go to Publix or other outside destinations. It can also be used as a deviated fixed route to get people to and from downtown, to the Omni, to the Brightline station to get to work. But we're able to provide custom solutions. And either way, you know, it's going to connect to the corridor and really help advance the SMART plan. But that's a little introduction to Freebie and, you know, how we can really help serve the village.
Thank you very much, Jason. So we will be working with the village manager to tailor that service and with Jason. And now we want to just show you a 60-second video that will give you an update on what the SMART demonstration program is, a very short clip. Thank you.
Miami-Dade County is dealing with the challenges of traffic and mobility. These are issues that are real to folks in our community and affects their quality of life.
One of the important roles that the TPO has is to form transportation policies and create partnerships that help satisfy our transportation goals. Something we've done that's very interesting is create demonstration projects around our SMART plan.
Demonstration projects are focused on increasing the first and last mile access to existing and future SMART plan transit stations.
How you get to major transit, and once you're on and off, how you get to where you need to go.
So whether you live in the south end of the county, north end, west or east, there are demonstration projects currently going on right now that improve mobility and at the same time show our state and federal partners not only a commitment, but also possible solutions to the issues that we have at hand.
That's how you move transit forward together, connecting people, places, and things.
Thank you very much. So we have 34 municipalities that are already supporting our SMART plan, and we have several of those municipalities that have stepped up with a SMART demonstration project. We have a total of 29 projects that have been approved and already have received funding. One of those are the Village of El Portal. We have 9 on-demand services that have already started, and 5 fixed routes, and 5 that are going to be starting in the next couple of months. We appreciate all of the support to the SMART plan and to the SMART demonstration program, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have. We thank you very much for providing us an opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Jason, for being here. I'd like to open it up to the council for questions to Ms. Lisa or Jason or to the administration. Vice Mayor Nickerson, Councilperson Urban, any questions?
I do have just one question. I'm not sure who to ask to. So as we look at the site, Village Hall being the pickup and drop off point, I'm just curious to know if there has been any other examination of any other possible drop off or pickup site. My only concern would primarily be for older residents on the west side of the village, or perhaps, I guess, people with small kids on the west side of the village, just in terms of if there's been any discussion of a more centrally located point within El Portal. But of course, I understand. And I'm just curious, will this route, it looks like it goes down Northeast 2nd Avenue, or does it go down Miami Avenue? Those are my only questions.
I'm going to answer about the pickup locations. We have not determined just yet because I really want everyone to have a little input on that. You're right. We need to have west side. I'm thinking 2 locations, Village Hall, and then something on the west side that is a little central, so that those residents are able to benefit from the program as well. Also consider parking as an issue, no matter what, even at Village Hall. So it needs to be something that's walkable, or, you know, at least a bit of accessible, you know, accessibility for those residents. So it could possibly, I mean, we really need to look at it. I don't want to throw out a location without us talking about it, but I have already mentioned it to the council and wrote about it in my manager's report that we need to identify some locations. So as I work forward with the freebie and with the TPO, I'll keep you all in the loop so that we can identify the prime or the best locations possible. And as for the route, I believe, Lisa, we've talked about North Miami Avenue or Northeast. I mean, I know we've talked about both, but I think the fastest was the North Miami Avenue, and we've met with Jason over the phone, and we talked about some options about what that would look like and how many times a day we would do that. Can you speak more about that for the council, please?
If I could just add real quick, when we originally met with Eileen Bouclé last summer, I think what we had said in terms of a pickup in the west side, I think only logical would be around Horace Mann. That's the area that provides a wide variety in terms of parking and the kids themselves. So I think that was the one thing that we had mentioned to Ms. Bouclé back in the summer of last year. So that's to sort of answer Councilperson Urban's question, which was exactly what we had thought of as well back then. So that could be a consideration. But Jason, did you want to add something?
Yeah. So again, you know, the entire program will be customized to your guys' needs. And if it's going to be a park and ride down into the downtown, we could use either North Miami or Northeast 2nd Avenue. And what we would work with and kind of look to you guys to kind of designate some specific stops along the way that you believe that residents would want to utilize. And, you know, and that can be going all the way down to Omni, that could be going all the way down to, you know, the Brightline Central Station. But again, it's going to be fully customized, and based on that route, we'll put together a full schedule. So we'll know exactly how many times during the morning peak hours and the afternoon peak hours, we'll be able to make the to and from trips there. The service will be able to be tracked through an app. So people will be able to always know where the vehicle is at all times along the route. So they'll be, you know, in the know, and it'll be very reliable for them coming back and forth from the village.
Any other questions? Councilperson Pereira, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jason, you said something about being also, you can actually do a drop pin so they can pick you up at your location if you're in a.
So that's an option, but if we do go with the park and ride, which seems to go what you guys are speaking with, it probably wouldn't be an on-demand service within the village. That is something we do operate within other municipalities, and in the future, as that commuter rail becomes to fruition, that might be a service that might be of more value to the community to be able to get dropped off right close, on demand to and from that station in the future. But I think for now, the best option would be to go to and from downtown for people that are commuting back and forth.
Okay, so we're not talking about, people like going a little east, going on Biscayne and stuff like that. Like you had mentioned Publix and stuff like that. If somebody needs to go, and an older person and somebody that doesn't have a car, I don't know, and that'll be, is that or
So that's
just going downtown?
That's a service we do provide, but it seems that this program would be kind of tailored a little bit differently.
And I'm sorry. And as I went through the contract, the only thing I saw was like Phoebe is requiring the village to actually provide a covered parking for the vehicle and an electrical supply, which it will incur in some village manager.
No, we'll have to talk about that because we don't have a facility for that
parking
or that. So yeah, we would have to really please understand we were under the wire because we really wanted to make the deadline for the council agenda to distribute this information appropriately, but we got it, and unfortunately there were a couple of typos that weren't related to us, but that is one item we would have to discuss and work out some other means because we don't have that capability in the village to provide a electrical plug-in for that unless there's some options, but we can talk offline about that.
Or covered parking, because that's I'm
Right,
sure it's not gonna, it can be something temporary, it has to be something fixed and that's costly, so I don't know.
Yeah, so again, there was a lot of boilerplate language within
Right.
that templated agreement. It was more for you guys just to kind of take a look at. So what we do like to do is we don't need a covered parking space, but we do like to keep the vehicle within the municipality because it's an electric vehicle. We come in and we do install charging equipment at no cost to the village. So there is no upfront costs or any charges that you guys will incur for any of that. So again, I will work through all those details with the manager.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, Councilperson Roman, any questions?
I really just want to say thank you to all of you guys. This seems exciting. Mr. Spiegel, Ms. Cominares, and Ms. Rockwell. I think Elizabeth Rockwell was down there. She didn't really say anything, but thanks to her also. And thank you, Madam Manager. And I think, Madam Mayor, as soon as right before you said it, I was thinking the exact same thing, that Horace Mann would be wonderful because you have the room there. You would just, I think the only thing we have to consider and think about is the times that they run, considering with the school, like let in and the school times and stuff like that when kids are leaving or coming to school, because that would be kind of crazy. But besides that, yeah, I think Horace Mann on the west side would be wonderful because it's not too far over to where they have to go to North Miami from the people that live way on like Northwest 5th. And it's kind of in the middle. It's in the middle for everybody on the west side. So I think Horace Mann on the west side would be perfect. Madam Mayor, just if we do go to 11 o'clock, we will have to make a motion. Just we have to keep that in mind. It's already 10.
Agreed. We have about 9 minutes. I have a question, and this is more, housekeeping, but as we move forward and you all move forward, I'm under the assumption that the freebie, the router, the circulator will be practicing the COVID-19 guidelines. Are they going to be required to wear masks? We don't know how far out we're going to be with this whole face covering requirement. So I'm under the assumption that the driver and those passengers coming on are going to be required to have to wear that. There'll be some type of signage.
Yeah, that's correct. We have that within all of our municipalities.
Okay. Any other questions from the council to any to either Lisa or Jason or to the manager? All right, seeing none. Any public comments? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to allow the manager to move forward with this agreement with the TPO and Be Free? Is it Freebie or Be Free?
It's Be Free and doing business as Freebie.
Freebie, okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for the village manager to go ahead with the El Portal circulator contract with Be Free. Is it Be Free or Be Free?
Freebie.
Freebie.
Perfect. There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson allowing the manager to move forward with this agreement with Be Free and the TPO. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
Second by Councilperson Urban. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
Yes. My last
Yeah.
question. Sorry, go ahead.
No, item passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. My last question to Lisa, Jason, and to the manager is, anything else you're gonna need from this council beforehand, or is it gonna have to go to the November meeting? Or you all have the logistics to finalize?
Go ahead, village manager, yes.
Okay, I was just going to state that once we get this agreement made, we then have to supply a package to FDOT to make an agreement with them to then receive the matching funds. So that will come before the council, but that will be in December because we have a deadline of, December, early December to get this all, this part done and then get it to FDOT. So that'll be the next step.
Okay, so so it'll go to the December council meeting. Okay, perfect. All right, good to know. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Ms. Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa and Jason and Elizabeth. Thank you.
And we'll send an email to thank Ms. Bouclé.
Sure.
Okay, now we're gonna go over to, we are done with K.
Madam Mayor, you have a K3,
I have a K3. Where did my K3 go?
discussion on the impasse hearing.
Yes, we have a K3. Okay, yes, my apologies. K3, go ahead. To the manager.
Okay, I will just start it out. I know that our interim village attorney also worked hard on this as well. The village had an impasse hearing with the PBA to dispute the, we could not come to an agreement with the step increase request and the increase in salaries that was requested by the PBA for officers. We had this impasse hearing in July, on July 1st of 2020, where I testified, as well as CFO, interim CFO Wallace testified about just the status of the village's finances at this time. I've been saying this, and I think everyone knows, yes, I agree that we should have better and higher salaries for our officers, but the financial state of the village was the pushback from our perspective. We were heard by an arbitrator or special magistrate, Jean Charles, who ultimately came back with the determination that we are able to do step increases and to raise the salary to $42,000 annually for our officers. I understand a lot of people are in support of our officers. I am too, but we are just worried about where that would come from. In the impasse document, it was mentioned by the special magistrate that the Cavista development agreement was an opportunity that we could have utilized, or even to increase the millage to get more revenue into the village to pay for additional or better salaries or higher salaries, I'm sorry, and the step increases for our officers for that retention. That may be true, but we are here now with this recommendation or strong, I don't even know if it's a recommendation, it's a determination that we received. Now, when we got this, it was the middle of September, and we had specific dates. The interim village attorney did give me some specific dates. We had 20 days to do a number of things. We missed those dates, and quite honestly, with everything that was happening, including budget and a number of other items and staffing at that time, I did provide this document to you all via email, but our attempt to try to get this on the village council agenda, we thought we had a little more time, and we took it off and pushed it to October. And so at that, because of that, we are not able to appeal it, or I don't know what our options are for appeal at this point, but it's an acceptance of the recommendation. Within the recommendation, it states that we are given a year, like this doesn't have to start until September of 2021. These step increases and this increase in salary, and they give some different scenarios. I really wanted our village or interim CFO to give you a synopsis or just some recommendations on how this would affect the village. But again, due to a lot of other priorities and things that were happening, he has yet to provide that memo. But I know he wanted to come on tonight's meeting, but he has another meeting. He did text me that. So we have a year to think about it, but this is, important. And I know we want to do the best we can for our officers and just, adhere to the findings of the special magistrate, but this is where we are. And I also see that the PBA's rep is here. Ms. Escobar has been on the call today, and I'm not asking that she speak up, but I know that, our officers are looking and their representatives are too. This is important to them, and it's something that we really need to look at. We'll have a year. I know the FEMA reimbursement is a huge issue for us with the loan or line of credit being a primary concern for us making any, big steps, but we have to look at how we're going to address these salaries. Presently, our officers are making a starting salary of $35,000 annually. Not all the officers make that. Some have, are in higher ranks and positions and been here longer. But I mean, this is something that affects us. And we talk about having good people and, what we want to do to really support the department. I want us to really, focus on how we can address this determination from the special magistrate. So I don't know what next chance to talk about this with the interim village attorney, but perhaps he can shed some light.
Well, I think it's important to just basically focus on what the arbitrator magistrate focused on. The ability of the village to increase its millage, and also the fact that there was a development agreement that was approved wherein the village received over $1 million. And given those two facts, the hearing officer was persuaded by the presentation of the PBA that the village had the opportunity to implement a step plan. There was evidence presented that emphatically informed that the Cavista development funds were earmarked solely for a particular purpose. However, she wasn't persuaded by that. The only alternative left now is to implement the step plan in 2021. Once the council does not enter a resolution rejecting the findings, then it becomes operational as a matter of law. So in other words, the only thing that you all would have been
Excuse me, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's 11 o'clock, so we have to extend.
Oh, yes, thank
time.
you. Yes, thank you. Council Perala, you've got a second career here. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and mute that. Could you
Can I get a motion to
make
accept?
a motion to continue the the meeting.
Councilperson Pirelli, you want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to extend the council meeting. Right,
Thank you.
thank
Motion's been made by Councilperson Pirelli. Is there a second?
Second that motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Vice Mayor Nickerson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, at our October council meeting does extend past 11 o'clock. Thank you.
you. So just to complete the thought, the PERC rules would have provided for you all to sit as a quasi-judicial body to consider the recommendations of the magistrate and then make a final decision as to whether or not to accept those recommendations.
You lock the door.
And so at the end of the day, that's basically what's been lost. So the village is now in the position where it has to implement the STEP plan in 2021.
Council?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So, so I know we start off, I think our beginning salary, I think, what is it, 35,000, correct? And we have to go up to how much?
42,000.
42. What's the, and that's for every single officer, correct?
Full-time officer, yeah.
And what's the total? What would be the total of that?
Well, it's different steps. Not everyone is starting salary. So if 42 is for all new officers hired after a certain date would be making the starting salary. Anyone hired after September 30th, 2020 will start with a base salary of 42,000.
So it doesn't, so it's not comparable to like, so let's say, for example, since we're going from 35 to 42 for new officers, which is a $7,000 increase. So it's not like next year, everybody gets a $7,000. It's just for new officers. It's not for like.
Well, it's new officers. And then I'm looking here on page 3 of the recommendation or, you know, the determination. It's stating different salary, you know, so for the sergeant or the lieutenant, this is where they start at step 1 and then they move up. So it depends on the rank and then I think the time, you know, some officers have been with us for 3 years or 5, you know, so depending on that time, they would be.
And so according to the arbitrator magistrate, depending on the step, everybody's salary has to go up pretty much. It's not just new officers. It's everybody according to the step.
Yes.
And we don't, okay, so what we need to do, I think, one of the things we need to do is figure out, and maybe you and the chief can work on this, figure out what step everybody's on, and then we have to figure out the total amount that we're going to need for next year.
I have a question. When is the negotiation for the contract again?
We haven't scheduled it, but we will be scheduling that early in the year. We need to do that to negotiate the new collective bargaining agreement.
When is it due though? It's due next year, right?
I don't know. I believe it is. It's March. I believe that we have to start our negotiations, but I'm not exactly sure. I haven't done it in a couple of years, so I don't remember the date.
Councilperson Urban?
Yes, so in the magistrate's report, and I think it's the second to last page, that is titled Recommendations. In that first large paragraph, it's outlined, I believe, fairly clearly. It says a total increase to the bargaining unit members' salaries of just short of $50,000. Now, there's an additional calculation beyond that 50,000, and that is a conservative estimate of 40% to factor in payroll taxes and the village's portion of the pension contribution to the FRS. Total cost to the village upon implementation would be approximately just short of $70,000. And then it outlines that because 2 unit members will already be at the top step, there will only be an additional 4% step increase for the lowest 6 And then the increases for these 6 members will be in total additional 15,000, calculating for that 40% additional cost, which brings us into the range of $85,000. And then beyond that, each year it's saying 4% increase for the bargaining members. So it seems that in that first year, whenever we implement this, we're looking at a total additional cost of around $85,000.
Right. It won't be that every year, but like you said, the initial cost to the
right,
village.
and then every year beyond that, we're looking at 4% increases for anybody eligible who would not have already reached the top of their step. You know, I read through this. The magistrate's recommendations seem reasonable, fair. I actually think the extended timeline to, you know, end of September 21 is generous, and so it's going to be on us, the council, to find that money before September of 21. But I certainly do feel that we owe it to the officers for all the reasons the magistrate, you know, outlined in there. The magistrate was very clear that for the police department to provide the service at the level that is needed for public safety, you know, we need officers who are feeling respected. We need officers who are compensated comparable to what their peers are at other municipalities. And so, you know, I've said before, while certainly in larger departments, you will find me in the category of needing to reallocate funds within the police department, shift priorities around. However, within the village of El Portal, I think we're all in agreement that our police department is currently underfunded. And certainly we would, at every level, whenever there's an opportunity, we're looking at increasing our police department's fund because we still have work to do to get our police department to where I think we all want it to be. So, you know, there's the discussion of, well, we don't have the money right now, but it's clear in the magistrate's, you know, finding that we have some work to do to get our police department to where it should be. So, I feel confident that the council can find a solution between now and September 21.
Any other
Well, if I may, the only recommendation they made, or the recommendation they made, it will be to increase the millage rate, because it's the only revenue we have, and being that and people don't understand that we do have the lowest assessed values in the county, because there's residents or people here, homeowners that have been, you know, here for over 20, 30 years. So those houses still have the old, you know, haven't reassessed or any, you know, new properties, and you know, the increase has been very considerate, and so they're projecting for us to, you know, by 2021, our you know, increase in property values is like about 7.8%. So the only thing to meet that criteria of increasing the salaries will be us increasing, like they you know, suggested, from 8.3 to 9% millage rate. So,
right. Well, if I may, to be fair, I think part of, and Ms. Escobar is on, part of the PBA's presentation also focused on the development fee that the village is deriving from the Cavista project. And we did, in fact, provide the hearing officer with the ordinance process relating to how the funds were restricted for particular use. So yes, indeed, Council Perrella, you know, if you focus just on the millage, that would be one avenue. However, I think I can't speak for her because she didn't actually put it in the recommendation, but I think she was also impressed by the fact that there is that fee that the village is going to be realizing once the project comes online, that the council still has the latitude to go back and amend that ordinance in order to absorb some of the impact of the step plan. And like I said, Ms. Escobar's on the line. She can testify as to or speak as to what they presented, but that was part of the presentation. So there's actually two avenues, Councilperson Peralta, that the village could consider. That would not take the village into increasing its millage rate, because you have to keep in mind, given where the village is now pending the reimbursement from FEMA, the raising of the millage rate is only a short-term fix, as you all know. So raising the millage rate to balance the operating budget concerning the step plan probably wouldn't be a good idea, given the frequency of the storms, resiliency and all that. So that might be a better focus. And I did have this conversation with Mr. Geller when he called me a couple weeks ago as an alternative. So that may be a consideration. So that's just my input on that. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't know we can go and revisit that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, part of the presentation was, part of the presentation was, and in fact, the development agreement was an exhibit. I mean, that was the exhibit A almost to the proceedings. And the manager did testify that she did, in fact, and the record is clear, suggest carving out a portion of those funds to go towards policing. As the magistrate did find, once the development does come online, it's going to require extra policing. So there is a correlation between the development and the added need for policing. So it's not a leap to carve out a portion of those funds for the step plan. The last thing I'd say,
If I may just add, I disagree a little bit, because there was an extensive amount of conversation with the development agreement, and all of us, with the exception of Councilperson Perella, were at that meeting. And many residents voiced their opinion how they disagree with that money's being used for policing. And they also disagreed because salaries are a recurring expense. $1 million is a one-time deal. And the other component is that the development agreement or the exaction fee that we're getting is really because of the code. So there's not so much liberty as well. There was that the monies was paid in lieu of green space and open space, so on and so forth. So, again, it's really going to be in the pleasure of the council that stays ahead. But I caution you to, and I trust you all will move forward.
And that's correct. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I think when you look at the recommendation and the initial impact of the step plan, it's not the ongoing 4%. With the small budget, it's going to be the initial first year of the step plan when it's across the board raise. And again, all I was just suggesting is that was evidence that was presented. There was clear testimony presented that that's what the residents wanted. She did not include that in her recommendation that the village should, repeal that ordinance or modify that ordinance. But, as the interim finance director testified, it's not advisable to raise the millage rate simply to cover an operating cost when we have not gotten, as a village, the reimbursement numbers back from FEMA. And that's just the point I wanted to clarify.
The other thing I want to point out is, and I really would urge the council to at some point get more involved, and that is the county, because there's going to be an opportunity for this village to have economic development, like Skateboard Miami and like the Cavista itself, who's going to require policing. But the county has, it takes a long time. I have been working with the county day in and day out for the last couple of weeks, helping out Skateboard Miami to move forward. And there is a tremendous amount of time that everything just takes so much time. And I understand that with COVID-19, everything takes more time now. But one of the reasons why the sanctuary did not develop, let's all remember, it's because of the county. The county took 3 years to accept and pass their plan for septic to sewer design. And then when they passed it, they doubled the impact fees, and then the Seth and Sam just backed out completely. Meanwhile, if that didn't happen, we could have had a thriving community probably there. It's doing, at least starting something. So I say that to say that, I urge you all to really, get involved in that process. I've actually requested for the manager a meeting next week, because there really needs to be more conversation, like saying, hey, you all need to call the county. Like, what? Skateboard Miami still hasn't gotten any permit. And the quicker that they get going, it's better for all of us. It's better for the village, because we'll start getting tax dollars and revenue and all of that, which is going to help pay for this. So just, food for thought, and that's for later conversation that I've asked to meet with the manager and the incoming mayor, but just really think about that, because the economic development, we got an email, the Cavista is ready to present plans by mid-November, but we're not the issue here. The county will take a long time to provide permits, and we all need that revenue. So anyway, Councilperson Urban, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that there are actually more options here, because as time moves forward, things are going to happen. So between now and September of 21, we essentially have until, I believe, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have until around July to take raising the millage off the table, meaning we already have Plan A and Plan B, and we can take Plan C, raising the millage, off the table by July. Because if it's still on the table, then that needs to be addressed ahead of September, from my recollection of how it's gone these past couple of years.
That's correct.
Okay, and then so that leaves us until September 21 to get Plan A or Plan B into place. Otherwise, I guess the millage would be Plan D, and Plan C would be readjusting the allocation of those development fees we've already collected. So if we have Plan A, B, and C still on the table, then Plan D of raising the millage could be dropped in July. We clear July, Plan D's off the table, can't go back to it. And then by the time we get to September, we have Plan A, B, or C. Plan C, again, being the reallocation of those development fees from Cavista. But in between now and then, there's any number of things that can happen to get us where we need to be. And so similarly, on the same issue, because this is all within the police department, this is an $85,000 price tag. Well, we have another $85,000 price tag that we're trying to solve in the immediate future, the near immediacy, and that is, the fleet of vehicles. Similarly, it's going to cost us quite a bit up front to get that plan enacted, and then won't cost us, quite as much to maintain that plan going forward. Same as what we're looking at here with the step retention plan. So, that's the way I see it. I believe the Cavista fees will stay on the table until an alternate plan would be arrived at. And I believe that raising the millage, I want to remind you that the interim CFO had told us if we raise the millage 1 full point, it's only going to get us about $200,000. So, while that will solve the problem, I don't know that raising taxes on 800 homes is going to be a good solution to get merely those $200,000. So I additionally strongly believe that raising the millage will radically affect the diversity of this neighborhood, and that will be a very negative impact for the health of our village into the far future, if we were to lose the diversity that I think is probably our greatest strength. And that is tied to the millage rate. So I do think we would lose a lot of long-term residents if we did raise the millage rate. Even though some people may say it's only a nominal amount, of the increase of taxes. Well, to other people, it's a big deal. You got to sit down and think, okay, should we leave or should we stay over something like a raise in taxes? So I think that there are more options than we're acknowledging, because things are going to keep happening, because regardless of COVID, everybody is still doing business. And so even if they shut down, people are still going to be trying to find a way. Nothing's going to ever stop completely. Everyone's always going to be trying to find a way. So So that's why I see it, is we need to come up with plan A and B as an alternative, hopefully plan C as well. And then those two options of Cavista fee and raising the millage remain at the bottom two last resort options. We lose the option to raise the millage past July because we will have missed deadlines, leaving only the Cavista fee. But, you know, if that's our emergency backup, at least we know it's there. And that gives us maybe, you know, the courage to really try and get imaginative about this over the next few months and just solve it. So I am grateful that the magistrate is acknowledging that we need some time to solve it. I do think that's generous to give us all the way to September of 21, and I do think we can solve it.
Any other comments?
I think Ms. Escobar has her hand raised.
Yeah, I was going to bring her in afterwards. My recommendation to the council is just make sure that you put it in your reminder, put it in your committee meetings, and then have that full discussion again at mid-budget review, which will be January, February. All right, good luck. Any other questions? If not, which can bring in Christina Escobar, who's the attorney for the PBA. Kyle, can you bring in Christina as we wrap up K3?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Welcome.
I don't know if you can see me, but no, listen, thank you so much, everybody. Good night. I know it's late, so I'll make it brief. I just wanted, Mr. Powell and Ms. Alou already mentioned regarding the fact that it takes effect as a matter of law based on the fact that it wasn't rejected. I do want to provide the council with the information that we, the PBA, already provided Ms. Alou and Mr. Powell with the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement consistent with what the magistrate's recommendation was. So at some point, obviously the council will have to approve it. And just FYI, failure to sign it or agree with it obviously would subject the village to further legal action, which of course this is not what I'm hearing. So I really am grateful for you to consider this and to the things that I've heard tonight. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Christina. Alrighty, we are done with K. We're moving into L, new business. We're going to move into L1, discussion and consideration of terminating the interim village attorney contract. I will open that up to Vice Mayor Nickerson or Councilperson Urban, which.
I will defer to the Vice Mayor, but if it is all right, I'll proceed. Okay. All right. So last November, we, as a council, agreed to move forward with an RFQ to find a permanent attorney. We've been in limbo with an interim attorney for a few years now. At the end of that process, the council made a decision to hire a new attorney. And what ensued immediately thereafter was what we're still experiencing tonight, which is a bit of a knockdown, drag-out fight to honor what the council decided. And so I don't know that any more discussion truly needs to take place on this. I believe we're prepared to take a vote and get moving forward. The longer this goes on, the more costly it becomes to the village. And I'm certainly more than willing to have a greater discussion, but in a nutshell, we're trying to move forward with a decision the council has already made and get back on track with focusing on the business of the village.
Okay, thank you. So is there a further discussion? Is there a motion? Is there?
If no one else has anything to interject, I will make the motion to terminate interim attorney Powell and appoint a new interim attorney until the RFQ process as outlined by the council on October 7th would be finished.
The Councilperson Urban, the proper motion would be to terminate the representation agreement that my law firm has with the village. I'm not an employee of the village.
Okay, I will amend my motion to say, I make a motion to terminate the agreement between interim attorney Powell's firm, is that correct? And the village, as well as to appoint a new interim attorney until the RFQ process established on October 7th, 2020 would be complete.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban. Vice Mayor Nickerson, are you seconding?
No, I'm not, Madam Mayor. I believe that we should take, because they're different line items, Madam Mayor. We should take the motion, the first motion of the agreement should be what we're voting on now. And then if he's talking about appointing an interim village attorney, that should be another motion after this vote is taken, Madam Mayor. That's my opinion. I'm not sure if I'm correct or not.
Yes, so you're asking Councilperson Urban to modify and amend as a motion by only saying it's a termination of the appointment and not the termination of the contract, not appointing anyone else. So Councilperson Urban, do you want to amend your motion?
I would withdraw my motion, and then I will make a motion to terminate the contract between interim attorney Powell's firm and the Village of El Portal.
Okay, there's a motion made by Councilperson Urban to terminate the interim village attorney's firm's contract. Is there a second?
Second that motion, Madam Mayor.
Who's that? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Second by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any public comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilman Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
No.
Councilman Urban,
Sorry, yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cabello.
No.
The item passes 3-2.
Okay. L2, you have discussion and consideration of appointing an interim village attorney. I don't know if Councilperson Urban or Vice Mayor Nickerson is gonna take that.
Since I'm no longer the attorney, I'd just like to thank you all for allowing me to serve the village. And I wish you all well, and whatever is necessary with the transition, I'm sure we'll be able to work that out with the village. Thank you.
Thank you for your services.
I wanted to say at one point, so just to be clear to the clerk, for all of the resos and the ordinances tonight, it can be all signed by interim attorney Powell?
Yes, ma'am. He served as attorney of record on the meeting.
Right.
So we'll get, and Attorney Powell, thank you for everything. Thank you for the 3 years that we've had here. I think that we've achieved a lot in the 2.5 years that you've been here,
Oh,
so.
absolutely. Absolutely.
So thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Great. Good night, everyone.
Good night. L2, discussion and consideration of appointing an interim village attorney.
Yeah, so on this point, I know that there's going to be discussion or questions about this. However, after consulting with Commission on Ethics, I do believe it is appropriate to nominate Joseph Geller as the interim attorney until we would finish the RFQ process. That would be my recommendation.
There's a,
He made a recommendation, not a motion, Madam Mayor.
I was just gonna say that he made a recommendation.
Right.
Any
Before I
other,
make a motion, I'm happy to have as much discussion as anybody would need to have.
any other comments from the council?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may. Okay, so let me just break this down, you guys. So the way I see it is this. So we have a choice here. You know, a lot of times, you know, throughout the past, you know, when the council has appointed an interim, whether it's an interim manager or interim clerk or an interim attorney or things like that, we never had a choice. You guys know how I am about equality and choices and things like that. So I kind of look at this like this. If you guys will, you know, give me a few minutes, I'd appreciate it. All right. So as far as, so we have Attorney Geller, you guys. We also, Bob De La Fuente, Attorney Bob De La Fuente is also still interested. Let me just say this. I just want to do a couple comparisons really quickly. Just a couple of things. You guys, so we have basically a choice of a large firm or a boutique firm.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, I need to ask one question.
Yes.
The information I have is that Mr. De La Fuente would absolutely have no interest whatsoever in working with the village. Do you have different information?
I do have different information, yes.
Is it more recent than October 9th?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you guys talk about, so when we're talking about a boutique firm, you guys, or individuality, we're talking about more or less the same attorney available at every meeting, and I think we might have more one-on-one personalized attention. When we're talking about attorneys from a big firm, we're talking about, and this is not like a negative thing, but I'm just saying we're talking about you guys that it's a huge firm. So the same attorney may not be available at every meeting. We might have, it might be different attorneys sometimes, and therefore it might take a little bit of time to share the information and get everyone on the same page. Just keep that in mind. As far as having a boutique firm, I did these comparisons side by side. As far as having a boutique firm, I wrote down that if the main attorney, this boutique firm, because it uses that one main attorney like we just had with interim attorney Powell, if the main attorney becomes sick or has to travel, you know, that probably won't happen, but just to say, if the main attorney becomes sick or won't travel or has to travel, there may not be another attorney in his or her place if we're dealing with a small boutique firm or individual attorney. On the other hand, with a large firm, since you're hiring an attorney from a large firm, if the main attorney becomes sick or has to travel, there usually will always be another attorney available. Let's have two more points. Number three, you guys, for a boutique firm or a smaller firm, you may have to pay more for outside attorneys, and that may come at a higher price because that one attorney might only be, you know, special and might only be able to handle situations in certain areas. Therefore, if there's ever anything that we have to handle outside, they may have to go to an outside firm, which may be more expensive. Where if you're hiring somebody from a larger firm, even if that individual may not be able to handle that particular situation, they may have other individuals, especially a large firm, they will have other individuals within that firm that will be able to do it for a lesser price than if we had to go out, if an attorney had to go outside their own firm to do it. And the last one I just wanted to make for you guys to keep in mind while you're making this decision is, keep in mind, you guys, when you're dealing with small firms and boutique firms, for situations where if you need a document signed immediately and things like that, I'm assuming they'll probably be available to you pretty quickly, to where larger firms, I'm not sure, this is just things that I wrote down, larger firms, if you need like an emergency document signed quickly or something like that immediately, you may not be able to get that document signed as quickly as you may need it from a large firm. And these are just some of my ideas I wrote down on papers. And so just some things to keep in mind, you guys, while we're making this decision. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me.
Councilperson Urban, did you have your hand raised now?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So I hear all of your points, Vice Mayor. I don't necessarily disagree with them. I will say I'm not a big fan of nothing against Attorney Geller, but I am not a big fan of hiring interim positions as permanent positions. So to realize and be very clear that by me saying that I believe that we should have Attorney Geller as our interim, I am also telling you that I would hope that there would be more options as we end the RFQ process. A large part of why I had nominated Bob De La Fuente was because they were smaller. We're smaller. He lives next door. It's a neighbor. So I do believe that that availability and conflicts of schedule would be limited, similar to how we didn't really have those issues with Attorney Powell either. Also because he was from nearby and had a close connection to a neighboring community. So with Attorney Geller, as an interim, I do believe that that his firm would be able to keep us on track and on schedule, from day one, while we finish that RFQ process. I don't think that the RFQ process established on October 7th is going to take another year, and so as far as and maybe Mr. De La Fuente is interested as the interim. I don't know. I haven't spoken with him, but perhaps he's interested in the interim position because he's thinking he can help us out in the short term, knowing that typically interim positions are not, placed as permanent. So I would be very curious to know his thoughts and rationale on that. But the point is that that I do think that Mr. Geller can get us through this interim period, and I'm hopeful that we will have options at the end of the RFQ process.
Councilperson Perrella?
Yes, I just wanted to say, and a little bit about what Vice Mayor Nickerson said about bigger firm versus a boutique firm. And one of the reasons I actually chose the Greenspoon as I was going through the paperwork and the application was just because of that. It was a bigger firm. It has not only inclusive, but in-house, pretty much counseling. It has every department, and it was a little bit more experienced. Yes, a lot of people has blamed that the firm wasn't here, as we needed them to be, or sometimes they wouldn't show up and whatever. And I kept saying, for the amount of they were getting paid, they were probably not. That was the agreement. I don't know how many times they were supposed to be on, meetings and stuff like that. Now, that's the only thing. Being to me, the choosing of Greenspoon was more about, the experience and the whole, they're offering, like you just mentioned, if the main lawyer is not available, then they have 3 more, lawyers assigned to just in case they can actually attend the meeting or do something. So I guess we will, and like Mr. Orbom said, it's as an interim, it's not like we're gonna have to keep it for as long as we kept the previous interim attorney. So it's something that is going through the process, and whether he decides to apply for full time or for full terms and whatnot. So that was my main point of choosing Greenspoon, which I'll be in favor of choosing them now as an interim firm.
Thank you, Councilperson Perrella. Any other comments from the council before I open it up to some public comments? And then I'll bring it back to the council if there is a motion. All right, seeing none, I'll, Kyle, can we first start off with Hugh Gladwin and then Joseph Geller? 3 minutes each. It's 11:40.
Hugh Gladwin, 400 Northeast 85th Street. I just am a little appalled. I mean, I'm sure Joe is going to come on, Mr. Geller is going to come on and say what he thinks of me, which I know isn't very much. But to me, the fact that you're considering somebody who, you know, essentially the village was very unhappy. The immense delays that were involved in the trailer park property probably cost the village millions of dollars. I mean, there was millions of dollars in fees that they owed us, and we wound up settling after all this inaction by him for just a pitifully small amount. I also think there's a huge conflict with interest for him, you know, being elected state representative from another region. I mean, suppose we got in a conflict with Sunny Isles, for example, for some reason. How could he represent El Portal when he's their representative, House of Representative in the state of Florida? I mean, it's crazy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Hugh. Next, we have Joseph Geller. Kyle.
He's muted.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, let me try and do this very quick. I understand it's 3 minutes. And if you could arrange it so I don't really need the screen share particularly. I'd like to actually, would hope I could see me, but whatever. I guess I'm not showing up there. There I am. Okay, the motion actually, I would just ask that it be to hire, needs to be to hire my firm and me. Needs to say Greenspoon Martyr, not just me. I do want to say that I certainly have nothing bad to say about Mr. Gladwin, contrary to his thought. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Gladwin, and I've known him in a number of capacities for many years. I do think, though, that the idea that because I represent the district in the legislature, that could be some kind of a conflict with El Portal is just not very likely. I can't imagine what that would be. I'm not the person who lobbies for El Portal. And in all the years I've served, I don't remember any such conflict ever coming up between the village and some other city. We've had some occasional issues that came up with Miami Shores, mostly not hostile, but I don't represent Miami Shores either. I don't represent anything that's adjacent to the village of El Portal, so I don't really see how that would be a conflict. I will say that I think we did very good work during the period that we served the village of El Portal. It's very unusual, frankly, for anybody to be either a manager or an attorney for a small town or really any municipality for as long as we were there. Managers, attorneys are changed frequently. I don't remember any particular matter that we had a bad result. I do have to disagree on the trailer park issue. We had sued the trailer park. We actually brought the trailer park into compliance. And I will tell people that the fact that we reached a settlement on code enforcement liens so that development could proceed at the trailer park is not unusual. Code enforcement liens, as anyone who's been experienced in this kind of issue will tell you, they are for the purpose of coercing compliance. They're not intended to be revenue source. We won the trial in that matter. The appellate court did not agree with our efforts to try to solve something that had been begun, not by us, but we went back and settled and even secured payment from the developer for the village's attorney's fees, so we didn't have to charge the village. I'm happy to undertake this. I think it's an exciting time for the village. I look forward to being able to serve as interim. What happens after that is to be seen. But I certainly would appreciate the opportunity and think we can provide good service. I also think if something needed to be signed, we could get it signed quickly. Thank you.
There's no other public comments. Back to the council.
Yeah, I'll just, go ahead, Councilperson Roman. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have to say that in hearing that Mr. De La Fuente is interested, that would be my preference for the interim attorney.
Okay, thank you, Councilperson Roman. Having heard from everyone, I think I will remain silent because I believe you all know how I strongly feel. Is there a recommendation or a motion on the table to move forward?
I do just have one last comment before I'll make a motion, or if someone else is going to make a motion, and that is that you know, another reason that I had chosen Bob De La Fuente was because of what I perceived as a neutrality. So I understand that there is a history with Greenspoon Martyr and the Village of El Portal. I witnessed the end of that relationship as a resident. That was around the time that I became involved and started coming to meetings and seeing what was going on in the village and things like this. And so my hope in making the motion for his firm and he himself was to kind of clear the air a little bit here in the village and move forward, you know, in that clear air. So my only reluctance to name Mr. De La Fuente as our interim is because I really, I would be hopeful that he would consider the permanent position. And I do feel strongly, as I've stated before, that the function of an interim position is a placeholder while you conduct a greater search. That is the function of an interim position. And so it falls into all kinds of pitfalls in terms of, it's a convenience almost to nominate an interim position for a permanent position, in my experience. My experience is in an industry that has an outrageous amount of turnover, though. And so I do know that I'm on a learning curve in terms of, you know, public entities, but certainly, at least in the private sector, I don't know anybody who's ever held an interim position who had the expectation that they would, you know, take that as a permanent position. So because Mr. De La Fuente would still be my first choice, I would be reluctant to name him as the interim because I would be fighting my own philosophy on that. So I just want to be clear in my thought process on this and decision making. I do feel confident, though, that Greenspoon Martyr can more than handle what's on the plate and get going immediately without any interruption to the business of the village.
Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. I would just say I don't fully disagree with you, Councilperson Urban, but I will say that, you know, when you hire somebody as an interim, I would just caution us to have so much turnaround, because to hire somebody and to get them caught up to speed with all of the knowledge and stuff they have to know is part of the reason why I think that you know it's ideal sometimes, or that people do go from interim to permanent, because they're already caught up with all the information, they're already caught up with what's going on, and so it's easy for them to go into the permanent position with all that knowledge and not miss a beat or not miss a step. I think that you know, to hire somebody, and this is just my thought, I think just to hire somebody as interim, you know, educate them, get them caught up, and then it's like then they're gone in like 120 days or something like that. And we have to hire somebody else and get them caught up and educate them, and then dealing with stuff like, Kavista and things like that. We need to hire somebody that we can educate, and then they can start to like work for the stuff we need without, stopping them like, a month after they finally get everything and get caught up to speed. That's the only thing that I would caution us on doing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nickerson. Any other comments?
Just to say that I also in the same, while holding two oppositional thoughts at the same time, I do acknowledge that the council has in fact already selected Greenspoon Martyr, as a replacement at least once. So, I do weigh that heavily as well. So, all right. I will make a motion to appoint Greenspoon Martyr as the interim attorney or firm for the village in an interim capacity until the RFP process will be complete.
There's a motion made by Councilperson Urban. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
No.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson, can you repeat your vote, sir? Vice Mayor?
Yes, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Mayor Cubelos?
No.
The item passes 3-2.
We're moving on to L3, which is discussion and consideration of interim village attorney contract and negotiation fee.
If I may.
Yes, Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to, full transparency, I want to see if we can get authorization for the village manager to obtain outside counsel to negotiate a interim attorney contract, not to exceed, let's say, $3,800.
Yeah, keep in mind that the manager's purview is.
Yeah. I just wanted to. I'm trying to save money and show. Yeah, she definitely not past 5,000. But I'm thinking you guys in the area of 3,800. But just in case, it goes 3,900 or 3,850, we'll just say I want to authorize the village manager to obtain outside counsel to negotiate a contract on behalf of the village. You guys, just in full transparency, that outside counsel will be the Miami Shores attorney Richard Serafin. Okay. If nobody has any objections to that, just want to be open and honest with everything. You guys good with that? All right.
Vice Mayor, is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make that a motion. I'd like to make a motion, Madam Clerk, to authorize the village manager to obtain outside counsel to negotiate the interim attorney contract, not to exceed her $5,000 limit.
There's a motion made by Vice Mayor Nickerson. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
A second by Councilperson Urban. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Councilperson Perrella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roman,
Yes.
Councilperson Urban,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Yes.
Mayor Cubelos.
Yes.
Mayor,
Oh, yes, my apologies, yes. Yeah.
the item passes 5-0.
Okay, we're moving on to M, good and welfare. Before I open up for public comments, I have M1, closing comments by Councilperson Roman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you going to go to welfare first, or?
I have a hand raised, so let me go to that hand raise real quick. Hugh Gladwin, let me close the council and open up to good and welfare, and I have Hugh Gladwin.
Okay, if you want me to wait.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, well, I just have a really big concern. I really feel that the council, sort of speaking in the democracy that we're supposed to have in El Portal, is really starting to fail the village. I've been just incredibly upset, and I just want to mention two things. I mean, one is their enormous issues that the village council is supposed to be addressing that affect the future of the village, and you really need to be democratically representing the village. I think the discussion of the millage rate is key to this, because essentially the village has to make a decision of, are we going to continue to be a bedroom community that does not invite a lot of business development, which is the path that almost all municipalities around us are, that we have the same millage rate, like Miami Shores, for example. All of these municipalities have big business areas, a lot of business from. So, we could be like them, or we could continue to be what we are, mostly like 99% bedroom community. If you're going to do that, and you're going to have, expensive but absolutely necessary things like the police force, you got to pay for it. And on that, the model is Biscayne Park, not Miami Shores, not any of the others. We need a millage rate like Biscayne Park, where people buckle down and pay for what they really want. And that's the absolute max millage rate. But I'm not arguing this like my opinion. This is something that you need to hear from the village about. You need to represent the village. And on that point, I really feel in this past election, all of you, with the exception of Vice Mayor Nickerson, failed us. Because right now we have the system of, in the charter, everybody runs for a particular seat, the mayor and the other council positions. And I think that's actually a good system, because you run for 2-year terms. But, if someone's done a good job on the council, nobody's going to there's going to be no effort to oppose that person, because they should keep doing it. So you have this continuity. But that only works if the village knows ahead of time what you're planning to do. And it's like running up to this election, no one had, it was kind of assumed. I don't know. I know a couple of friends have said to me, well, the mayor's told me a lot of times that she wasn't going to run again. But, Courtney Kirk and I think one other person organized this really great Zoom session to, look at the election situation, plan what to do, and no one at that meeting had any clue that the mayor wasn't going to run again, or that council person Roman wasn't going to run again. So I think Mr. Irvam and Mr. Perella might have been on that call. At least they said they were considering, but they didn't do it. So, in the end, nobody even made the effort to run. To make the system work, guys, you got to be honest about what you're doing. So now we have this council that I feel is just, very unrepresentative. At that meeting, the vice mayor was on the meeting. He was clear that he was going to run again. So that was set, but it's just unworkable if you do this. So, we got to, I guess, have new elections to fill the vacant seats. I don't know what's going to happen, but this is terrible. They're huge decisions, and I feel like you guys really don't represent the village, in my opinion, very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Sandra Valencia, and that we went over the 3 minutes, but let's stick to the 3 minutes.
Sorry, yeah.
Sandra Valencia.
Hello, Sandra Valencia, 8633 Northeast, Miami Court. I just like to make a comment in support of the council decisions and bring positive thinking for the future instead of being, a little bit of negative. I think it's from now on, we need to just, just be a little bit more supportive at this point. I believe our village could continue the path of democracy, honesty, kindness, and transparency. And I think, although sometimes we do not agree with your decisions, we need to just unite in terms of, being supportive and trying to, as residents, bring, positiveness to the future. And I like to invite the residents to participate more and be part of this positive change, in my opinion, and be supportive of the future. Thank you.
All right, I don't think we have anybody else with public comments. Oh, shoot, where's my agenda? Sorry, Councilperson Roman.
Great, thank you. I won't take too much time. I just thought that being that this could possibly be my last meeting, I will be out of town. I'm not certain that I will be able to attend the November meeting remotely. Therefore, I thought that I'd take a few minutes just to say a few words, and I won't be too long. I want to start by thanking the residents that supported and voted for me in 2016. It's been an amazing journey. I can say that I've learned a lot about politics, local politics, and what it takes to run a municipality. In 2016, I never had intentions of running for office. But after a few years of being an engaged resident, I found that there was a need. I decided to do something about it. I challenged the incumbent and I won. Running for office and going through a campaign teaches you many lessons. It also makes you appreciate your seat in office because you know how hard you worked and that only one vote can make a difference. And then once you're in office, there's such a learning curve that by the time the 2 years are over, you realize that you need another 2 years to actually make a difference. Being a public servant in many ways is a thankless job, and your desire to make a difference has to be significant in order for you to get through the tough times. Things don't happen overnight, and there's a whole lot of politics involved. Not only from the elected body, but much of it comes from other areas, including the administration and staff who learn to count to 3 versus 5 when their agendas in their eyes at times come before those of the residents. Knowing how to recognize this and holding people accountable is extremely important. It may not make you the most liked or popular, but if you keep in mind who elected you and why you are serving, that alone will help you get through the ugliness that sometimes comes from politics. Then there is a loud minority, the internet gangsters, as some of the youth called them. Racing above that noise is not easy, but if you're doing a good job in an honest way and you can put your head on your pillow knowing that you have done the best that you can, then you indeed can rise above all that noise. My faith and my understanding of loving my neighbors is what truly has gotten me through these 4 years. I'm saying all of this because we have 2 vacant seats, and as a taxpayer in this community, I could only hope and pray that we have more than 2 candidates running for those seats. My decision to not seek re-election was not an easy one, but COVID-19 put things into perspective for me and made it much more easier for me to decide to focus on my family and my business. And that decision, believe it or not, wasn't finalized until the very last moment. Days like yesterday, when you are asked to go over a resident's home and they express to you how sad they are that you didn't run for office, make it very difficult to step away. But as a taxpayer and someone who truly cares for her community, I will continue to keep a pulse on what's happening and hold those that are in office accountable. Cristia, thank you for your work and dedication to the village. You arrived with limited experience at a time where the administration was in need of leadership. You faced some difficulties and you did your best. You now have the experience to move the village forward. And I just ask that you always count to 5. And I guarantee you that if you do that, you will continue to have the support you need. I've enjoyed working with you and I thank you. I want to thank Mayor Cubillos for her resilient leadership. I thank you for putting your heart into your public service and for truly caring for this community. Your passion and hard work has inspired me, and as I'm sure that it's inspired many. Your shoes will be very hard to fill, and I thank you. To the council, I wish you the best, and I ask that you remember that you serve an entire community, not just a vocal minority. I hope that you find it in yourselves to remove your personal judgments or agendas and serve the greater good. And I thank you all, and that concludes my statement.
Councilperson Roman, thank you so much. I hope you can make it in November. The clerk called me and said that, Madam Mayor, you're going to be there to open the meeting. And I said, oh, okay. I almost wasn't going to show up, but I will definitely be there. And I want to be there to say a few words and, more importantly, to pass the gavel over and in good spirit, in the hopes that you all will continue to do good work. But I will definitely have a few more words to say there, as I did not come prepared today because I will be in person there in November. And I also think it's just really weird to end it like this, right? It's like we've been virtual for so many months now. It just seems bizarre. I feel like I haven't been to this village hall in so long. Like I have to go there and yeah, I have to go there. So I will be there November 17th. But I want to say something to Hugh Gladwin, because your words, you mean a lot. Hugh, and your words hurt, because I was very honest to the council, and I think a lot of people just didn't believe me. But I said in August of 2018, the first time I stayed at the village, I said I wasn't going to do it. And I just feel like I think people just blew it over. And many times at all of the council meetings, I made reference to it. I talked about a succession plan. I made reference to it. And I did that, I think, for many reasons. I did it, number one, because I wanted to get used to that feeling and thought, because I promise you, it's a lot of things, but it's not easy for me. It's been my entire 4th decade of my life and then some. So it hasn't been easy. So I feel like I was called by members of the people that were on that call, and asked me that question. And I was pretty positive. I don't know about Councilperson Perella, but Councilperson Urbam and Vice Mayor Nickerson, there's many times at many meetings, I clearly said I was not going to run. And I said it over and over, but I think a lot of people just didn't believe me. They're probably like, oh yeah, she's never going to leave. No, I really wanted to be sure that when I left, it was going to be, it was with enough notice so that anybody would have been prepared, or hopefully somebody would be prepared. And I have very good intentions of having a transition meeting. I've requested a transition meeting with the administration and the mayor-elect. As Councilperson Roman said, while I will not be elected, and I will be a little on the busy side, but I am a homeowner, I am a business owner in this community. But I do believe that from the little that I'm seeing, I think that you guys are going to do fine. I do believe that I grew so much in 12 years, and there's so many things I would do differently, but there's a lot of things I'm very happy with, and you all are going to learn that. Best advice Councilperson Roman said is, count to 5, don't count to 3. 4 is always better. 4 is always better than 3 is what I mean. But I look back at my record, and I'm pretty proud to say that most things that I wanted for the village that I believed was good passed 4150. So I'm pretty proud of that. I didn't have to count to 3, 2. So, and even when I had a little resistance from Aubrey Brunson and Roxanne Isaacs and Warner Dreher, they seemed like names for so long ago. So I urge you all to just continue working together, and with whoever's going to be on board, and don't count to 3, count to 4 and 5. It's always better. There's more a unanimous agreement there. But so Hugh Gladwin, I'm sorry you feel that way, and it does hurt, but it was, I said it. I said it. I maybe nobody wanted to hear it, but I said it. I said it many, 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 many times, and maybe it was in the context of me smiling, which I seem to do often, and I tried to keep smiling, but I was pretty serious about it. And trust me, I hope that you all believe that I didn't make this decision lightly. 12 years of your life, it's a long time. I mean, I'm not even the same person I was 12 years ago. I mean, I'm in like 2 decades past that, when I started, I was so young, but I was serious, and I'm going to leave it on that. Okay. I think there's a hand raised, Councilperson Barla.
Oh, yes, I just wanted to thank you both, Vimaris and you, Mrs. Covillos, for your services. And I know how hard it is now that I'm here. And again, like Mrs. Councilwoman Roman said, this is a thankless job or position, and I agree with the mayor that sometimes when presidents come and judge you for whether you did something or not, I don't think there's nobody here to blame. Whoever is it's a personal decision whether you run or not. Whoever was had interest or on the on running or being part of the community or dedicating their free time to do it, they were more than welcome to. There's it didn't need to be a seat open for somebody to run. My seat was going to be open because I at the end I decided not to run, but then the 2 days before, when I called the clerk and she said there was nobody running, I said, it's gonna look really bad. So let me go ahead and run again and fill out my paperwork and all of that. So if anything with me was the contrary. I wasn't gonna do it, and I did it because of the love I have for the community and the fact that I wanna make a change and do something positive for the community. So I thank you both for your time and service, and wish you the best.
Thank you. And don't forget, I hope you guys enjoy the State of the Village. It's a little long, but it gives you a little bit of history, because I do believe history matters. So you can not only does it matter because you learn how you could do things better, but you learn how things were and how we got here today. And having said that, I will see you all in person in November. Be nice to me, Anders. Yes,
I'll hold no animosity whatsoever.
Yes, I just said that. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Mayor, are we going with the good and welfare? If nobody else has anything they want to say before we do the
I don't see any hands raised.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the October full council meeting, October 27th, Tuesday, October 27th full council meeting.
Motion's been made for Vice Mayor Nickerson to adjourn my last full meeting as mayor. Okay. Is there a second?
Congratulations, Noel.
Anders.
A second.
You'll laugh. Is there a second? There's got to be a second.
A second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, but I'll save my thanks for November 17th.
November 17th, you all have a good night. Hey, great meeting.
You all.
Thank you. Good meeting.
Okay. And
Pamela, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night, you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care, Chief. Madam Clerk, take care.
Chief. Take care, you too. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.